Welcome back to the Valley of the Sun, Greater Phoenix, Arizona. On the northeast side of town sits Westworld in Scottsdale, the longtime home of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. In this half-mile long, tent-like structure sit nearly 2,000 desirable collectible vehicles. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and more. And we've been Bronco busting all day today, Friday, with customized and restored Broncos. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Joy, along with Bob Varsha, Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose. And we get to watch all these great dream rides across the auction block, some for jaw-dropping prices like the $145,000 that just took home this 1968 Ford Bronco Custom. And right up behind it, from General Motors, a '69 Chevy Camaro RS.
Well, there's something about Chevrolet and customs that seems to rule the day here at Barrett-Jackson. When we were going through the docket and looking at all the numbers associated with it, more than 700 Chevrolets are represented, and it's only about half that many when it comes to Ford. Now, there's a wide variety of Chevrolets that we're talking about. You know, you've got cars like these Camaros, you've got Corvettes, and then you've got the Tri-5 Chevy. So there's a wide range, but boy, there's no shortage of 1969 Camaros because everybody loves the body style, and there's so many great parts available to customize. In this case, a 6.2-liter LS3 V8, the Tremec 6-speed manual transmission, ceramic-coated headers, Detroit steel coil-over suspension. It's got everything you want in a beautiful resto mod.
That RS stands for Rally Sport, primarily an appearance package where you get the hideaway headlights and a bit of upgrades in the interior. Optional and available on any Camaro from base to Super Sport or even Z28.
And you can see they put the LS3 badges on the bump out of the hood as well as on the back. And I'm always interested to see how they dress up the engine. Some of them, they make them look vintage. We saw earlier this one to cover up all the wiring and the fuel delivery. They put a 2010 or newer modern engine cover on it. Nice touch there. This one got a full rotisserie restoration as well. And you can see that black paint is just gleaming.
Detroit speed suspension, forged wheels, big disc brakes, and a big number. We're on a $150,000 bid. And the hammer drops. There's a happy new owner. And when this car rolls back out into the hall, you will see the Summit Racing sold sticker indicating the hammer price, $150,000, to which a 10% buyer's premium is added. Let's go back to 1959 for this Chevy Corvette.
Well, maybe for the body of this Corvette, because I can tell you just about everything else associated with this car is pretty much brand new. You know, you've got that LS3 engine under the hood that makes 465 horsepower, that modern automatic transmission. It's got Corvette running gear from Corvette Correction. So once again, yes, does it say it's a 1959? Absolutely. Maybe it started life that way, but it's a long way from that now.
And I was talking about how they dressed up the engine on these. This one doesn't have a modern cover over it. They painted it all to match the intake and the covers for the valve covers and the fuel rail, all matching the car to make it look seamless. Wow.
Look how green this Corvette is. I mean long green. We're closing in on $195, almost $200,000. Will this be our fourth? Yes, our fourth $200,000 sale of the day.
I remember in the early days of Las Vegas when we suddenly discovered custom Corvettes could bring big money.
Well, that will make a change in our Hagerty top 5 sellers of the day. Brought to you by Hagerty Insurance. Fifth right now, a 56 Nomad at $180,000. At $200,000, a 66 Chevelle Malibu and a 59 Corvette. A customized Ford F-250 at $202 before we came on the air today. and a Superformance Mark III Cobra replica race car at $220,000 is currently our top seller. It won't stay there by the end of the night, I don't think. So let's move on to lot 1060.1, a 67 Ford Mustang Eleanor replica.
Well, we've seen several Eleanors, of course, from the Gone in 60 Seconds movie. The second one with Nick Cage, or the remake. And of course, it was a different color. This one looks great, though, in white. You saw the Coyote V8 under the hood. Manual transmission. Black stripes with a subtle little red pinstripe going down them as well. This body kit really brings out the 67 fastback look. And many of these builds across the block at Barrett-Jackson, they always look fantastic.
Yeah, the standard color for these, of course, is the pepper gray, but this white, once again, just as with that custom GTO that came across a little while ago, really leaps out up here on the block under the lights.
The Eleanor look is a mixture of custom and Shelby GT500 parts, all to mimic the movie car, of course.
And no nitrous button in there. So no Go Baby Go to be completely screen accurate, but you'd be crazy to use nitrous and try and jump over some cars in this one.
Sold for $150,000, making him the happiest guy on his row. Among the cars and trucks that are coming to the auction block, keep an eye out for lot 1067. This custom 67 Chevrolet C10 pickup, frame off nut and bolt restoration with a GM Performance LS3 crate engine.
From the luxury skyboxes, there's a look down on the bidder floor. In the distance, world-famous Barrett-Jackson collector car auction block. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Varsho, rotating back into the host seat. Thanks to Mike Joy for giving me a little break there. Right now on the block is a 2022 Chevy Silverado Bandit Edition custom pickup truck.
Well, and of course, we're not just talking any Bandit. We're talking Smokey and the Bandit. You know, not that this paint style was created for the movie, but once the movie came out, well, this black and gold everybody loved. Now, what's interesting about this one is this is technically a prototype for a company called Legendary, which was creating an entire series of these. So this is the very first one that they came up with on this 2022 Chevy Silverado pickup chassis.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see a modern version of a Chevy pickup truck given the hot rod or custom treatment. And you can see they had to work around a little bit on the copyright. They couldn't do a Phoenix or a Firebird screaming chicken on the back, so they sort of redid it in their own sort of Bandit Arrow sort of difference. And there's carbon fiber all over this thing. The variation of snowflake wheels that you would have seen on the Trans Am on the side as well looks really sharp.
Yeah, they say that Legendary actually partnered with a company called Superior Industries to build these very special 22-inch wheels that, once again, you know, evoke the styling of those snowflake wheels from a long time ago. Behind those wheels and tires, 8 piston brakes.
Beautifully done in the interior as well. On the dashboard, it says 707 horsepower, so the engine quite a bit upgrade as well. Neat truck.
$82,000 takes it. I think that bidder had to be told the bad news that it wasn't going his way unless he was willing to up the ante. Let's join April Rose now.
Hey, Bob, this car has garnered quite the crowd around it. 1981 DeLorean, of course, you got the all-steel body DeLorean Motor Company right here. But, of course, do I need to mention this is a recreation from the movie Back to the Future with all the correct neon lighting all the way around. Of course, the iconic gull wing doors. But take a step inside. This is where all the magic happens. Now, you got the almanac, so you can put all your money on the 85 Bears. And the problem is it doesn't go up to 88 because that's the the magic number to time travel, but you have this right up here where you can turn the knob and get to that 88 destination time, present time, last time departed. This is all correct to the movie. Man, I need this hoverboard right here. That'd be a lot easier to get around Barrett-Jackson. Flux capacitor here. Let's go on all the way to the back. All the correct specs back here. You have the plutonium chamber, so you can put plutonium in there for your power. In the later movies, they just put trash, garbage, which would be a fantastic idea. But right now, actually, there's a fog machine hidden in there for all the fog to come out in the back. I love this. Now, Bob, I wanted to ask you, because if I went back in time to buy a car brand new that the value has gone up, I would get that 56 SL300 Gullwing and I'd put that in my collection and let it sit. But, you know, if you went back in time, what car would you buy new?
Oh boy. Ferrari 250 GTO.
All right, you got me beat.
Well, I'll tell you this, Doc would be so proud of your command of all the features of that car. Great job. Here's a 66 Jag, the immortal E-Type Series 1 Roadster.
Well, from the moment this debuted in 1961, it got everybody's attention. And one of the main reasons is when this was designed, the designer at Jaguar at the time was really an aerodynamicist who had, worked in the aircraft industry during World War II. So he wasn't designing a car that was going to look pretty. His goal was to design a car that just flew through the air, was very clean aerodynamically. And amazingly, he killed two birds with one stone. Nice and aerodynamic, fast, and absolutely beautiful.
Well, you were talking about the Ferrari earlier, Bob, the 250 of this era. And Enzo Ferrari, the man who built that car, thought this was the most beautiful car of all time, an E-Type Jag, which is quite a compliment from that man. I personally love these. I had a 66 myself, and I couldn't believe how easily it was to whip this thing around. I was able to do donuts, was able to drift it. Not this exact car, but a different version in British Racing Green.
Let's be clear about that. 82,000 takes it to its new home, and I'd say that's just about market from what I've seen in recent years. I too love these E-Type Jags. Really nice. Except for that trunk body. Okay, here comes lot 1063.1, a 1970 Chevelle custom convertible.
Well, custom is the word. It does have the cowl induction, but it is not an LS6 454 tribute. They have a modern LS under there. You can see the big supercharger. Over 800 horsepower with this thing. Absolutely unreal, but otherwise a very stock-looking body. Beautiful.
Yeah, stock-looking body, but underneath it's got a modern Speed Tech chassis underneath. Made it to a very modern automatic transmission. But boy, if you're looking for the great combination in terms of color, the white stripes, the big engine, this is the body style to work on.
This thing's been massaged way under the money right here.
120.
So Craig was talking about how lovely it looks underneath with the chassis, but then also look at the interior, all totally custom, diamond stitched, modern buckets, but it's all seamlessly integrated to look fantastic with the 1970 dimensions of the interior.
Now we could look at the van a little bit closer, figure out what this actually came across as, but the significance thing is it doesn't really matter what it started life as. It's been beautifully done. In fact, I'm looking underneath here at the gas tank. It looks like underneath it looks just as clean and fresh as it does from up above. So it's a really fresh build.
And the bidders appreciate it to the tune of $135,000. Congratulations to that gentleman. Nice acquisition. And I agree, the 70 Chevelle really is the body style to have in that model line. Moving on, lot 1064 is a 1969 International Scout custom pickup.
Well, as Mike likes to say, never have I ever. Have I seen Scouts roll across the block before? Absolutely. Have I seen one customized to this degree? Never. You know, it's been whited out, as Tyler said. They've done the all white, the stormtroopering system. You know, that's got that big GM 6.2-liter engine, twin 68mm turbos. Man, it's got a custom chassis underneath. You know, the International Scout was never really a very fancy vehicle, but today, this one has been dolled up to the max.
And let's take a look at the chassis cam on the world's first maybe drifter international. Twin turbo LS right there. Has to have something big backing it up. Yes, a very beefy drive shaft, and you can see that modern suspension there as well, to where you can kick this thing around a corner. What a wild and crazy thing.
And so often you wonder, where did they get the idea for this? Just happened to have a Scout laying around and thought, I can do something like this. And boy, I'm not sure. Are there any body panels that would even come close to being stock on this thing?
Well, it still has a truck bed, but no tailgate, and very little space to do much of anything. The fuel door is right here, but it goes around and in, down into the woods, so you can see a little bit of the fuel line going in. But yeah, is the top still removable? It might. It doesn't have a roll bar. I think I would have had that if I took this drifting.
You know, they made the Scout from, I think, 1961 all the way up to like 1980. The great thing is Volkswagen is actually going to be bringing the Scout name back as an electric vehicle, an RUV, rugged off-road.
$75,000. Took a little work, but it got there. And that's the gentleman who owns it now. Now here's a little program reminder. Be sure to catch SEMA Battle of the Builders 2023. It's on the History Channel tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And then turn over to FYI and the History Channel and spend all day with us here on Super Saturday at Barrett-Jackson. Here's lot 1064.1, a 2006 Hummer H1 Alpha wagon. I think we heard from April about this car earlier.
Yes, like she told us, this is the end of the line for the civilian Hummer. It got the Duramax twin turbo diesel engine. Before this, they had sort of a wheezy 6.5-liter turbo diesel. Wasn't as reliable and about half the power. But this brush card, you can see, it hooks into these massive hooks here on the top of the Hummer. These hooks were originally in place for military purposes, to where a helicopter could lift it off the ground. So it's going to be very stable on this brush guard. You could hit just about anything.
Well, of course, the Hummer evolved from the Humvee, and one way to tell the difference between them is whether it's got a serial number or a VIN number. If it just has a serial number, well, then it's a military grade. If it actually has a VIN, well, then it started life as a civilian version.
Now, to save weight on the military Hummers and civilian, the body is made out of aluminum. But on these wagons, this paneling, this upper part, is made of steel. So a common issue between the two is to have the metals match, and there's corrosion in between, something you want to check, and I don't see it on this one. Very clean example of a last year civilian Hummer.
And $165,000 takes it. That moves it into a tie for 7th on the day, but not enough to break into the top 10 sales of the auction. Now here's a car coming up in just a little bit. A real hot rod. A 1970 Mercury Cougar Eliminator 428 Super Cobra Jet. Dark, sinister, shiny. I love that little girl. She got so into bidding. Presumably that's Dad next door saying, yeah, go ahead, raise it a little bit. And she got it, and she was so happy, but even more so relieved. $100,000 is the winning bid on this Bronco. Stop me if you've heard this before. Yet another beautiful SUV. And lots of smiles on that row. Okay, if it's not an SUV, it's a pickup truck. Here's lot 1066.1 out of the Brian Frank collection. A 77 GMC Sierra 3500 Camper Special 3+3.
Yeah, we're used to hearing 2+2s, but in this case, you've got 3 in the front, 3 in the second row, and of course the Camper Special. Now, this is part of the Brian Frank collection. The other day I was talking with Brian, and I said, you know, so you brought a lot of great cars. And I said, which one's your favorite? And he says, oh, of course, the one that brings the most money. And I went, no, which one do you really like? He says, honestly, it's this one right here, this 1977 GMC Sierra 3500. He says, it's just fun to ride around in.
Well, I can certainly see why. The suspension has been lowered and modernized, so you don't have such a trucky ride, but it still has that old school and numbers matching 454 under the hood. So the nice big block Burble. And then just look at the thing. It's massive. It's hilarious. And it still has all of its original chrome and badges on the outside. I love that Camper Special badge on the end of the cab with the 3+3.
Yes, and for the younger generation out there, once upon a time, we had these campers that would fit right in the pickup truck bed.
Yeah, we still see them on the highways every now and then. There's a bonding experience. Well done. That is one sharp vehicle, and also one large one. Moving on, lot 1067 is a 67 Chevy C10 custom pickup.
Well, this one you can see under the hood, a supercharged LS engine. I was talking to the consignor. He was riding the passenger seat as it came up on the block. He said about 550 horsepower. So he didn't want to build it to be absolutely crazy. Definitely a streetable, but plenty of horsepower. And then you can see the rest of the truck build around it is absolutely flawless. Beautiful firewall and presentation there. And you go down the side, laser straight body on this 67 pickup.
Well, going into this auction, we knew the C10 pickups were going to be on fire, and we're right now sitting at $215,000. I don't want to say this one's flaming, but it is moving fast.
Yeah, I think it's got a ways to go, too. Let's see.
1967, of course, the very first year for this body style, and I think this, wow. Oh. This 67 to 72 just seems to be the high water mark for what people want out of these custom C10 pickups.
Could it be? Could it be? Yes, it could. $300,000. And there it goes. Whoa. Talk about a Barrett Jackson moment. New top seller. Wow. Make sure you get his autograph after he signs the contract. Okay, deep breath, everybody. 1067.1 is a 67 Mercury Comet Capri R-Code.
Well, what's really cool about this is an R-Code vehicle. Came with that 427 cubic inch, 425 horsepower engine. It's got those 2 4-barrel carburetors. Made it up to a 4-speed manual transmission. You know, back in 1967, the Capri was the second step of the, well, let's call it the ladder for Mercury Comet. You know, up at the top were the Caliente and the Cyclone. But what somebody did here was put the big engine in the lower level car.
So certainly a very special vehicle, the 427, one of 6. Definitely deserved the frame-off restoration, but they already started with a really nice car, 19,000 original miles on it, and then fully restored.
And just one of only 6 of these made, and I love the fact with that Capri badge right there on the tail, right by the tail lights. You know, we think of there were Capris that came later, some of them not so great. But this is pretty cool in this form.
Thank you, Craig. This car right here, we've got a trio of Mercury's coming up right now that you aren't going to be paying attention to. This car I've been all over. All 3 VIN stamped areas in the sheet metal are perfect, and 100% original. Drivetrain's great, VIN number transmission, original engine, transistorized ignition. You can't miss on this car. It's way under the money right now.
Coming from the Brian Frank collection, the rarest of the rare. Don't miss
That's
it.
Jason Phillips, who is one of the experts for Barrett-Jackson here, where he goes and looks at the, in this case, the Ford products and make sure that they are what they're supposed to be. They've got various people who do that. And once again, the goal is to make sure that what is on the car card, what is described as, is accurate. So when he goes and looks at it and he discovers it's something special, he can add a little more oomph to the block when they're up there describing all this.
It sells at $135,000. Another big hitter out of the Brian Frank collection. Wow. I need a break. How about you? Oh, here's one. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. No, it's not just about cars and other dramatic vehicles on the auction block. As Rick DeBrule described earlier, it's about food, it's about automobilia, it's about all sorts of options, things to do, things to see, weird stuff to buy. We've got helicopters out there. We've got lawn ornaments. It's amazing. The vendor area is an experience unto itself. And right now on the block, speaking of experiences, we're at 90 grand, 100 grand, and it keeps climbing. So I'll hand over this 1939 Lincoln Zephyr Custom to the boys.
Yeah, what a cool concept. You know, John Charda was the original designer of the Zephyr, and if that name sounds familiar, because his son, Tom Charda, was the designer of the Pantera. We actually had a couple Panteras going across the block this week here at Barrett-Jackson. John Charda was really into aerodynamics, and that just shows here on this beautiful body style from 1939.
And that's why it lends itself so well to customization. We see probably more custom Zephyrs than originals, which would have had a flathead V12. This one now a 5.4 and supercharged, so probably something out of the late 90s, early 2000s Ford Lightning.
And our good friend Steve Magnante would be very proud of the fact that they kept a Ford product in the engine compartment instead of going with a Chevy crate engine. Nothing wrong with the Chevy, but, you know, let's keep it in the family. Check out the price on this hot rod.
Yeah, John Staluppi, lower right of your screen. Now he had a bit in there. He keeps gesturing for the hammer to fall. There you go, and it does at 185,000. What are you doing to me here? Yeah, John knows how these auctions work better than most. Okay, their next lot is a 1970 Mercury Cougar Eliminator 428 SCJ Super Cobra Jet, and here are a few Haggerty fast facts. There was just a 2-year production run of Eliminators in 69 and 70. 2,200 were built in 1970 alone. This particular Eliminator is one of only 3 that were painted black. It's very rare, and you know what that means to its value.
Well, to be honest with you, we go through some Barrett-Jackson auctions where we don't see a lot of Cougars rolling across the block. Today has been awesome. We have seen a number of not just good Cougars, but great Cougars. Finished nicely, but also really important, like this 428 cubic inch Super Cobra Jet, you know, a rare creature, beautifully done. And I love the styling from this 1970 year. You know, as they close the hood, let's take a look at the grill that they changed in 1970. They went from that more subtle, remember we saw a little bit earlier today, it was a much thinner. Now they've gone to a much broader look. Not quite the electric razor that'll show up in a couple of years.
And this Cougar has a very cool story. So of the 3 built in black, 2 are on the West Coast, 1 sent to the East Coast. This one was raced in period, and all the black ones, or any color, came with a black stripe, so sort of a stealth striping on this one. And it is the numbers matching engine, but they decided to board over a little bit for extra performance, a little hot rodding to it, even though it's totally original.
It sells for 200,000 or 186,000 euros if you're writing a check. Nicely done, sir. Beautiful car. You know what I'd like to see in a Mercury vein? is a Merkur. Have we ever had a Merkur? I don't think so. Okay, we move on to lot 1069.2, 72 GMC Jimmy custom SUV.
First, I just have to pause and think somebody just even mentioned a Merkur. I haven't heard that name in a long time. You know, we thought that was going to be the future at one point for Lincoln Mercury, and boy, that went pretty fast. One little performance car, but we don't see many of them here at Barrett-Jackson. What we do see are Beast, and that is exactly the nickname of this 1972 GMC Jimmy. Look into that hood. You got an LT4 engine, supercharged. It's four-wheel drive. We got a 6-speed transmission. Quickly up to $100,000.
And let's take a look at the chassis cam on this lovely two-tone Jimmy. You can see the underside of that supercharged LT4 that would have come from a C7 Corvette. And being four-wheel drive, that front transfer case kicking that drive shaft off of the front, going off the side. Then there's the back drive shaft, a dual exhaust. Beautiful suspension. Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to guess it's about a 4-inch lift, and I like what they've done in the paint. You know, it's nice and white on the outside. You see that red touches, you know, with the GMC in the back. You know, once again, we see the Blazers coming on strong, the Broncos coming on strong. And I still can't believe that Scout that we had over across the block just a little bit earlier. Anything that's an SUV that can be customized is being customized here at Barrett-Jackson.
I was talking to some consigners earlier who were talking about the incredible prices of trucks. We saw one sell for $300 grand earlier. The Jimmys, this one's a little bit less with as a Blazer. A lot of them were talking about bringing trucks next year.
115,000 sends it up to the top of the luxury boxes there. And there was much celebrating. Moving on, everybody's favorite, a Baby Bird. This is lot 1070, a 57 Roadster convertible.
Well, this isn't just a Thunderbird. This is done by the Minter family out of Texas. And boy, do they do the absolute best T-Birds on the planet. You know, talking with the Minters a long time ago, we've talked about the fact that they don't do these to stock specifications. They do them to better than stock specifications. And the point being is they often point out, people who are spending big money for a Thunderbird like this one, and trust me, these will always bring big money, they don't want something that looks stock. What they want is something that's better than stock. And once again, the Minter family, they are known throughout the Thunderbird world as the pinnacle in terms of restoration and quality.
And the spec chosen on this restoration is just fantastic. You have power brakes, windows, the town and country signal seeking radio, and willow green is the color.
Yeah, and under the hood, that 312 cubic inch, 245 horsepower. You know, this was not a sports car. This was really designed to be a personal touring car. It had a little softer suspension in 1957 because they took away one of the leaf springs in the back and discovered that, well, it just wasn't quite as nice as they wanted. So there was some suspension work that went on for 1957. And, you know, the interesting thing for a lot of American buyers, you know, American buyers didn't really, for the people who are spending money for a car like a Thunderbird, they didn't want sports car ride. They didn't want it to be harsh. They wanted it softer. And that's exactly what this delivered. It was kind of a cross between a sports car and a regular, personal car.
Not to mention it being much easier to fit into than, say, a Corvette. It's interesting that the Corvette started as something similar to this and then went in a completely different direction of the sports car, considering the demands of the day. The Thunderbird continued on, well, as a totally different car after 1957.
Wow, even for a Minter restoration, I don't think we're used to seeing numbers like this. 190,000. 200,000. $200,000. Congratulations to Amos and Justin Minter and their Thunderbird collection in willow green. That was huge. Very discriminating bidder won that. Now here's lot 1070.1, a 1968 Ford Bronco Custom SUV.
Yeah, once again, like we've seen with so many, this has a Coyote engine under the hood. In this case, it's a Gen 2 Coyote engine. So where does the Coyote name come from? Why are they calling these Coyotes? Well, go back to your Indy 500 history and your IndyCar racing history. Gentleman by the name of A.J. Foyt, you might have heard of, won 4 Indy 500s. The last 2 he won with a Coyote chassis and a Ford engine. So when they were looking to name it, they thought, well, let's go ahead and connect it back up with those performance cars that A.J. Foyt built and won the Indy 500 with. So that's where the Coyote name comes from.
Well, the last great Bronco we had across the block was in a Ferrari color. Looked very similar to this, but this is actually a Ford color, Lunar Rock, something you could option on a new Ford Bronco. So 3.5-inch lift, Coyote motor, 35-inch tires. A lot of paint by numbers on these custom Broncos to bring the money, but there's always just something a little bit different with each one. This one does look fantastic in that factory Ford color, the natural interior as well. Beautiful build.
You know, just a few years ago, we would have said, oh, who's going to bring a gray car and get big money for it? You know, it's got to be, once again, that resale red or that spectacular, you know, something bright, something bold. Some of those, you know, E-body Chrysler colors. But nope, Battleship Gray.
$130,000 takes it. I really like that color combination myself. Here's a car that's coming up after a break. 2014 Rolls-Royce Wraith. Say that 3 times fast. 2-tone exterior, cream white leather interior, powerful 625 horses. You got to see this. Ah, yes, as the aroma of grilled meat wafts through the air here at Westworld of Scottsdale, the people continue to stream around the campus to take in all the sights and sounds of the world's greatest collector car auction, Barrett-Jackson. Now on the block at $125,000 bid, a 72 Chevy K20 custom pickup truck.
Yeah, this one actually built or redone, I should say, here in Phoenix by Hoagie Shine. Dan Hogan does great job with his customs. Built this one from top to bottom, and underneath, I can tell you, it's just as clean as it looks up on top. It's got a combined suspension lift together with a body lift on this long bed pickup truck.
That's very strong money for a long bed. The 8-foot bed, more associated with tradesman pickups. The 6.5-foot bed with the more sporting aspirations. Now look at the faux wood trim along the side here. Usually it looks walnut, but here it's done in a silver and white and gray, complementing the paint on the truck rather than what grew in the forest. Nice.
$157,000 takes it to that gentleman. Handshakes all around, and we're going to April Rose.
Hey, Bob, I'm in the pre-staging lanes once again with this beautiful 1974 Bronco Custom. Everything has been reworked on this. You'll see even these fender flares, no seams. It's just perfectly fabricated, no seams up front that you would normally see. Really beautiful LED headlights right there. Now this one's got a 347 V8, 440 horsepower. Inside is just super nice. You got Bentley blue leather with diamond stitching and suede inserts, and all the handles, all the metal has been clad in this beautiful sort of pewter muted color. Absolutely love it. Now come on the back here. There's these great waterfall style speakers also in that Bentley blue color. Now this is finished in Washington blue with sort of a Shelby America tribute to this Wimbledon white racing stripes. This is the hardtop it comes with. I love that red pinstripe running through it. These are so fun. I feel like these first generation Broncos, it's like a treasure hunt to see what builders are doing to them and how different and wild each one of them can be. Their value is just going up and up. So it'll be fun to see this cross the block in just a few, Bob.
That we will, April. And you could tell the values are going up. We have so many of them here at Barrett-Jackson in 2024. Here's lot 1072.1, a 72 Ford Bronco custom SUV, hammered that way at $135,000. You're going to see a lot of these on the highways leaving Phoenix, Arizona when this weekend is over. So we'll move on to lot 1073, car that April showed us earlier. It's just a milestone of the culture that never seems to fade. 1981 DeLorean DMC-12 Mr. Fusion Time Machine Recreation.
So where did they get the name? Remember Mr. Coffee? You know, the do-it-yourself, brew your own coffee. Well, Mr. Coffee, Mr. Fusion. Let's do nuclear fusion in a kit. And you drop the fuel into what looks to me like a Cuisinart. Big, big, big things happen. They even have the copy of USA Today as it would have been in the future. They have gone to a great, great deal of effort and research to make this exactly like the movie car. Right up here, I believe that yellow, that's the item that is removed where everything drops in the top, or where the fuel drops in the top, and away it goes. This is John DeLorean. I don't know if he would have approved, but nobody can forget this iteration of the DeLorean.
So what's fun is if you go to O'Reilly Auto Parts and go onto their website and look up flux capacitor, it's listed on their website, but they say it's out of stock.
Not available. Yep. That's funny.
$110,000 takes it. As you've heard, Mike Joy is back on the case. We're going to take a break and return with more of Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Stay right there. There's a beautiful view of the Barrett-Jackson auction block, and right at the center of your picture, big money being offered for a 64 Mercedes-Benz 230 SL Roadster.
Smallest engine in this line, this one upgraded with European headlights, beautifully clean, fresh paint. Whoa, $200,000.
I don't think I have ever seen a Pagoda Edition 230, 250, 280 SL generation sell for this kind of money.
Well, now you have.
Because the hammer just dropped at 200 grand. Goodness me. Wow, and it is a beautiful car. The interior color is Palomino. Here's a car we previewed briefly earlier. In fact, this was one that I stood next to in our side-by-side collection of Rolls Royces. A 2014 Rolls-Royce Wraith. And you've got to open the door and look at this roof liner.
And I love the crystal spirit of ecstasy, as Bob described. That actually drops down and disappears to prevent theft. Cream white interior, two-tone exterior, and yes, you have to look at the twinkling starlight headliner. Something else to entertain the kids as you go down the road at night.
Well, and as Bob pointed out during our broadcast yesterday, this is the second Wraith that we're going to see cross the block. We've got another one that's going to cross the block, a much more vintage one. This is the modern generation. The original Wraith came out back in the late 30s. This generation of Wraith came across starting in 2013.
Well, this is the one I'd want. Gosh, $130,000, a fraction of the original MSRP. Two-door hardtop body style. This isn't just an executive express. This is like the head of third world country express.
And I tell you what, this is Rolls-Royce finally moving into what I call the modern era, designing, looking at what was going on with Bentley, saying we need to be a little sleeker.
It sells at $132,000. You didn't quite get to see the twinkling starlight roof liner. Basically, it lights up with about 100 little twinkling lights. I thought that was very cool. And off it goes to its new home. Never thought I'd see a fastback Rolls-Royce. It looks like a good one. Okay, lot 1075 is a 1965 Volkswagen 21-window custom microbus.
The original name of this vehicle in Volkswagen parlance was the Type 2. The Beetle was the Type 1, and The bus was the Type 2. So how do you get to 21 windows? You don't count the windshields, even though there are 2 of them, but you count all of these windows and the clerestory windows up in the roof. Nice metallic, almost Healy blue paint job with white forged Porsche wheels. A lot of upgrades it wasn't born with.
And as you mentioned, this is the 21 window edition. There is a 23 window edition that would then have an additional window right here. This one's been modified in pretty much all the right places. It's got a, instead of having a 1500cc engine back there, it's now been upgraded to a very much more modern performance, more than 2,000 cc's in there, so it'll work a lot better.
Note the bumpers, they are not just white, they are pearlescent white, as is the roof. So a really attractive two-tone. A lot of effort has gone here, and I think well deserving of the 6-figure bid at present.
Yeah, and look inside. I love what they've done in the steering wheel. The steering wheel also has a little Porsche cap on it. So just like the wheels down below that have the Porsche emblem, that steering wheel's got it as well. Nicely done.
Let's take a walk down memory lane, guys. How many years ago was it that somebody brought a nicely restored VW bus to Barrett-Jackson and it went to the moon?
Yeah, I think it's back when we used to have our auction in Orange County that we used to go to. Suddenly it was over $100,000 and everybody went, wait a minute, I got to get one of those.
That's right. It was over 200,000 as I recall. This one goes to 117.
Well, you speak to what we know of as the Barrett-Jackson effect. One year we had a Barney Fife police car come to Scottsdale, and the person who bought it paid way too much for it. And at the very next auction, there were 8 police cars, including a Border Patrol car, because all the builders said, oh, police cars, we got to make one. And they did, and only that one Barney Fife car with Don Knotts' signature did any real money.
And there was also the AMFA cars. Remember those? One hit the roof, boom, they all came out.
Yep, people are funny. Let's go to Tyler.
Coming to the block soon is a Shelby tribute selling for a great cause. So you can see it looks like a 1968 Shelby GT350, but it isn't. It is a tribute, and it was actually student built. The car was sent to Northeast Texas Community College Automotive Restoration Program incomplete. It was a 68 convertible, but they chose to make it into a Shelby tribute. You can see the interior has all the correct Shelby parts. It has that 68 Shelby roll bar. If it were real, it'd be one of 404 built that year in convertibles. But this one is a beautifully executed car built by students at the college. Now you look under the hood and it is a little different, a Roush 302 cubic inch V8, but I don't think anybody minds a nice performance engine in a tribute like this. And since it was built by Northeast Texas Community College students, it is sold to benefit their foundation. So it'll go as a scholarship to students there who will continue building beautiful cars like this.
Yeah, that's a great cause. Thank you, Tyler. And here's another of what Tyler rightly described. Enzo Ferrari once called the most beautiful car in the world. A Jaguar E-Type, a Series 1 Roadster.
4.2 liter Series 1. That means you get, well, this one has the toggle switch dash, not the rocker switch dash that was later, and it does have the covered headlights. 67 would be the last year for those before the feds got involved and said, no, that's not really a good idea. And the last year for the tail lights above the bumper. This is the E-Type in its purest form, and I think most attractive.
Yeah, as time would go on, they'd put the 12-cylinder in, they'd do 2+2, they'd really kind of complicate it. But this first generation, 61 to 67, absolutely the best.
That inline 6 was a classic engine. I agree with everything said about this one. And I love it in red over black. And it goes for $87,000. That is a mild goodbye, I think. Especially with the covered headlights. Great stuff. Okay, another break coming up. Step away for a moment and return as the sun begins to sink low here in Scottsdale, Arizona. Plenty more to come from the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Good money on the block. The Ferrari F430 Spider from 2008 is at $165,000 and counting.
Drop top version with the glass engine lid, the visible engine, the Challenge grille in the back, forged alloy wheels, F1 transmission, beautiful car.
$170,000 worth in the eyes of that man. And that's the measure of value, whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. But it is a beautiful car. Fairly low miles. It's a good buy. Moving on, lot 1079 is a 1968 Dodge Charger Custom Coupe.
Well, it's got a Hemi, and the Hemi used to be called the Elephant motor. So I guess you combine all of those and you come up with Elephant. This is a modern Chrysler Hemi. And what's this car's nickname? Of course, Dumbo.
Perfect nickname for a Elephant. Yeah, it's because it's got 1,000 horsepower now coming out of that 426 cubic inch Elephant engine with a 6-speed manual transmission, that S60 rear end, 410 gears. And once again, Destroyer Black, which is a color we're seeing on the modern Challengers and Chargers.
Hideaway LED lights in the front, Digitails in the back. A lot of customization. Big 3-piece forged wheels, Willwood disc brakes, bucket seats, pistol grip shifter is a nod to the past. No surprise, we're over $200,000 for this big Elephant.
Yeah, and look, it's once again that Destroyer gray goes through everything. They've taken off the old bumper that would have wrapped around a little bit, cut it in, made it body color from front to back. There is not a lot of chrome. Let's see, is there any chrome? No, not the door handles, not the outside. I'm looking to see. There literally is no chrome left on this thing. It's either Destroyer gray or black.
Wow, $250,000. That'll show that Ferrari.
Well, you take a rare engine and you build a beautiful bespoke car around it. A lot of power, a lot of fun.
True that. Lot 1079.1 is a 2019 Corvette ZR1.
Well, the build out of what we now call the C7 generation of Corvette, or 7th generation of Corvette, and ZR1, the absolute performance package. You have your Z06, but the ZR1 pretty much trumps everything, and they brought that name back to show this as the build-out, best we can do, final top performance edition of America's two-seat sports car.
Well, to tell you how sophisticated it is under the hood, it has 13 different types of radiators under the hood to radiate heat coming from everything, the transmission, the engine, the brakes, everything under that hood. So it's all about making sure that they keep the engine at the proper operating temperature.
Just about everything Chevrolet knew that they could put into a front engine performance car is right here. After this, the C8 mid-engine Corvette comes along. So enjoy it while you can.
The great thing is there are those who prefer the front engine, the classic Corvette. This is for them. They're for those who want that next generation, that modern supercar, the mid-engine Corvette, boom, that's on the market right now. So whichever way you want to go, if you're a Corvette enthusiast, whether you like old style or new, there's cars available for you, and I mean serious performance cars.
Carbon fiber wing, carbon fiber roof, scoops, mirror housings, fender vents, forged wheels. So much to love right here. It's beautiful. Just park this in your garage and look at it. You don't even have to drive it to appreciate how great this is. As we close in toward $200,000, we're going to get close.
180. Not sure what the retail price was with the various options on it. There's a bit of a premium there, and well earned. Lot 1080 pulling into place. 1970 Buick GS 455 Stage 1.
Well, the GS stood for Grand Sport, and there were various stages of engine tune and options. This one a pretty well optioned car. A lot of documentation goes with it, including this reproduction window sticker, which shows that someone went to Evanston, Illinois, and paid $5,100 for this Stage 1 upgrade Buick that was built to challenge the Olds 442, the Pontiac GTO, and the Chevy SS 396.
Now, they only made 1,400 of these Stage 1s, and of those, only 232 were convertibles. So it's a pretty rare beast. I love the fire red coloring, and according to the consignor, this car only has 71,000 miles on the odometer.
Don't look for a 4-speed stick here. This one has the 3-speed turbo-hydromatic transmission with the basket handle shifter on that
you want to be 7? Hurry.
wood grain console.
97.
Yeah, the consignor has a binder of receipts and original documents that go with this, but just make any collectible just a little bit more valuable. And you know, Buick was technically the step below Cadillac. It was, you know, supposed to be almost a luxury car, but in 1970 they decided we need more performance as well, and that's how you got this GS.
Not many Buicks came with a tachometer in the dash. This one did.
$105,000. Nicely done. Here's another car coming up later on. It's a 69 Ford F100 custom pickup. And once again, custom is the word. Coyote 5-liter with a 2.9-liter Whipple supercharger. Wait till you hear about this one.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. The long parade of cars continues in the staging lanes. Classics, customs, exotics, anything you'd possibly want or imagine you could ever have here in the staging lanes. But with the Blueprint engine cam, let's take a look under the hood of lot 1090.1, a 1970 Ford Bronco custom SUV. Now, Blueprint engine built this engine. It is a 331 stroker. So it started with a 302 and it's been stroked. So meaning the piston, the length it travels, has been lengthened to 331 cubic inches. You can see electronic fuel injection as well. And every single Blueprint engine is hand built in Nebraska and dyno tuned before it's sent off to this build here in the Bronco. Only 200 miles since completion, and you can see the beautiful body here. White with bronze trim. That is a satin finish here. Really well done. Lifted 35-inch tires, and then look inside. Nice leather, and then designer plaid interior. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Here's lot 1081.1, a 51 Ford F1 custom pickup.
Boy, nicely done with an Edelbrock E-Force fuel-injected V8, gleaming bright white paint, black wheels. Wow.
1974 Ford Bronco custom SUV, got a build 347.
$120,000, and away it rolls.
Nice riff on the traditional badging and color schemes on these pickup trucks. Now here's a vehicle that April showed us earlier, a 74 Ford Bronco custom SUV.
Well, this one has a little bit of celebrity provenance, built for a baseball player. Andre Ethier used to play for the Dodgers. And this particular one actually was built as a custom here in Phoenix by All Ways Hot Rods. That color, it's Washington blue, and of course Wimbledon white racing stripes.
Very similar to the Dodgers colors.
A lot of new off-road equipment underneath and huge forged wheels and disc brakes added. Nice set of 6-point belts on those diamond stitched seats. Looks like seating for 3 with the roll cage in there. 2 up front, 1 in the back. And a matching hardtop goes along with it on its own stand. And it too has the diamond stitching in the headliner that we saw in the seats. So, wow, full custom all the way around. Even has the same stripes across the roof.
1974, a big year for the Bronco. That was its high watermark, sold 26,000, and frankly, that wasn't very far off from what it sold its very first year. It sold 24,000 on its debut year. But 1974, the peak for the Bronco sales for this first generation.
Yeah, he wanted the hammer to drop, and it did. 150 grand for that Dodger Blue custom SUV. Now, we talk often about the automobilia sales that take place every morning at every Barrett-Jackson auction before the cars roll across the block. Here's some of the highlights of today's automobilia. How about a 1940s authorized Buick Service double-sided porcelain dealership sign? Flawless, $35,000. Or this 1999 Dale Earnhardt NASCAR race car, number 3, coin-operated kiddie ride. How come the kiddies have all the fun? $49,800 to take it home. Or this perfectly restored Gulf Oil Heritage Edition themed fuel island. Not a pump, the whole island. A real showpiece. $50,000. Tell us what your wife said when you say you want to put it in the living room. Here we are now. Lot 1083 is a 23 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat Last Call Black Ghost Edition.
Well, the very interesting treatment over the roof here looks like snake skin, you know, viper skin maybe, if you will. And it is done in a ghost theme. Not quite gloss, not quite flat. Has the white bumblebee stripe across the tail. Last call. Seems a lot of these have come to the auction block this week.
Sold it, sold it, sold it. $157,000. Come on, how about a fist bump? Lot 1083.1 is next up. 1963 Corvette split window custom coupe.
Yeah, not wildly customized, just nicely customized, let's say. Underneath that hood, we'll see if we can get it pulled up here in just a moment. 355 cubic inch V8, and I love the fact that they put on a Paxton supercharger on there. So we're kind of going back to old school with this 1963, because if somebody was supercharging back in those days, that's exactly what they'd use.
Wow, Edelbrock high flow intake added to this this one. So yeah, pro-built engine, dart heads, and it is all computer controlled. So very, very modern stuff. M22 Muncie, that's the rock crusher transmission, so-called because of its straight cut gears. Noisy, but very effective. Base coat, clear coat paint on this one, much more modern look than how it was born. There are the turbine wheels, which were optional, and experts disagree over whether any 63s were actually delivered with those wheels. They were a regular production option in '64. But the Stingray tail, the spine, is what defines this car as it continues down the roof, through the split of the rear window, and all the way to the tail. However, Corvette owners did not like part of their rear view being blocked in the mirror, making this a one-year-only feature.
Arcos Duntov didn't like it either. He battled with Bill Mitchell over this. Bill Mitchell won the first year, but the second year they decided, nope, we're going and taking it away. We're doing what the owners say they want.
It was not the first car with a split rear window. There was an Alfa Romeo, I believe Disco Volante, a show car that had a similar treatment.
What about the Volkswagen split window from the early 50s?
I knew you were going to mention
what about
that.
it?
Time to sell a car for a great cause. Let's go to the podium.
Convertible recreation. Driving it up is Aaron Shelby. He's board member of the Carroll Shelby International He is Vice President of Carroll Shelby Foundation. Welcome again to Barrett Jackson, Aaron. It's great to have you here.
And Gary Patterson, President of Shelby as well.
My name is Beth Van Dyke, and I'm an alumni of the Carroll Shelby Automotive Program at Northeast Texas Community College, and I'm one of the builders of the 68 Shelby that you're going to be bidding on today. The Carroll Shelby Automotive Program is a great program that Carroll Shelby put in place. The program gives students a great opportunity to learn a skill that will help them get jobs in any kind of economy. Whoever purchases this car today is going to directly impact the lives of students who go through this organization.
Aaron Shelby, tell us about the car and the foundation.
Craig, thank you for having us here today. You guys support charity so well year in and year out. The Northeast Texas Community College has the Carroll Shelby Automotive Technical Training Program that was started by Carroll almost 15 years ago. And what we do through the foundation is provide dollars for scholarships for students coming out of high school to get their 2-year technical degree. This has been a core fundamental piece of the foundation for the last 15 years. We were fortunate enough from Legendary Motor Cars of Barry Smith to get this car donated to the school, and they were doing this to support 100% of the proceeds will go to the school itself, supporting scholarships and the students going through the program. It's really something that we need. As everybody knows, in the automotive world, we're lacking workers out there and skilled trade workers, and doing this type of thing. You saw Beth on the screen up there. She actually helped build this car. She was doing an internship with Barry Smith at the time. So really excited to be here tonight. Thank you guys. Beth's right down here by the car. Wave at Beth.
All right, Joseph. Here you go.
Here we go.
Well, even without the charity component, this is a very sharp looking tribute to a Shelby convertible. Note the Lucas rectangular fog lights. Yes, they're British. Nobody else was making rectangular fog lights, and that's what fit in that grille. No buy fee, no sell fee. Write your check directly to the charity for this sharp hot rod.
Yeah, they're actually calling this a continuation in a way, because when you think about it, you know, it's got Shelby bones to start with, and now Shelby DNA as it goes through. And once again, I love the fact that they've been using either new old stock parts, or they've been remanufacturing and reconditioning the existing parts.
That's got a little of Aaron Shelby's DNA on the steering wheel, no doubt. All right, closing in on $100,000. Got the great Shelby styling, Cobra badging, the style bar behind the seats. Don't call it a roll bar, but built in the spirit of the cars that won the Sports Car World Championship in '65. 4-speed top loader trans. Aaron?
So really, think about that. All the proceeds are going straight to the college.
80, 90.
As Aaron was making the point, once again, 100% of the sales price goes to the organization, to the charity. And Barrett Jackson has been doing this literally since their very first event in 1971. That was to donate money to the Scottsdale Arts Group, as the library group. So now here we are all these years later, we're still doing that.
Joseph Mast imploring the crowd, trying to get 6 figures for this Shelby GT500 continuation convertible. Working hard. One more bid could do it. There we go.
You know, the point Aaron was making, you know, it's tougher and tougher to find people who can work on these cars.
Well, there you have it, $100,000 for a good cause, especially dear to the hearts of automobile aficionados. We have another break coming up, but lots more to come. At the bottom of the hour, our 4th hour here at Barrett Jackson Scottsdale. Just how pretty is that? 5:40 p.m. local time here in Scottsdale, Arizona. A beautiful Arizona sunset over the world's greatest collector car auction. You're looking live at our ongoing coverage on FYI and the History Channel, the Barrett Jackson Collector Car Auction. The fire pits are lit. The party continues. We've got 4 more hours. Call it 3.5 maybe. On the block, lot 1085, 1965 Chevy C10 Custom pickup. Let's see how far this one goes. We know, $120,000. Just a couple of cars ago, an 82 Toyota Land Cruiser FJ43 Custom went for $175,000. Okay, here's a car we previewed earlier, Sweet Elaine, a 71 Chevy C10 Custom pickup.
Beautiful the way this one has been dropped and tubbed and just made to just about scrape on the ground. Now that white grille, that's pretty original. That's pretty much what you would get minus the chrome trim on a base Chevy pickup. You wouldn't get a chrome bumper, you get a painted one. But boy, this one has been all redone. Don't look for wipers here or mirrors. They have been removed, but the badging and door handles are there. Up comes the bed to reveal everything that's going on in that rear end. A lot of craftsmanship at work.
Yeah, in addition to all the suspension work you see in the back end, if you look right there, you see the fuel tank. Now, in the original car, this would have been right behind the driver back here, and now they've moved it back there, so it's got a little bit of weight on the rear wheels, which can help things lock up just a little bit. Look at this massive tubbing that they've done for these big, huge rear tires.
Nice airbag suspension, fuel cell and battery relocated to the very rear end here for weight transfer, perhaps. A lot of craftsmanship at $170,000 bid.
And $170,000 sold. Congratulations, sir. Now let's have a peek out into the McGuire staging lanes in this beautiful early evening light. Nice blue tint over a massive crowd, stretching as far as you can see, making way only for the parade of cars making their way to the staging lanes and the block. This is lot 1086, a 66 Shelby GT350H.
Boy, would I love to have one of these. Now, the H stands for Hertz. We're going to let Clip help us with the hood here. Carroll Shelby wasn't selling enough cars. They went to Hertz and they said, wouldn't you like to have some of these to rent? And that helped keep Shelby in business, because there's the Cobra powered by Ford engine. Most, but not all of these were black with gold stripes, but always with an H and with the Hertz center caps on the wheels. They were rent-a-racers, some said. Some people took them, rented them, took them to the track, took the numbers off and returned them. But most of them have now been beautifully restored. Oh, I want one, Rick.
Well, and there's no reason why you wouldn't, because it's unique. I think they made 999 of them, didn't they, that year? Just short of 1,000. I think the vast majority of them have automatic transmissions, not all of them, which that's something that would hold them back just a little bit in terms of performance. But like you say, a lot of people, I wonder how many of these were just thrashed when they were new.
There were other colors, but most of them were black. And most are accounted in the Shelby registry. And this one is about to have a new owner for somewhere around $130,000. What an iconic color scheme created for Hertz by Shelby.
That's okay. I took the insurance. $130,000. And we're going to Tyler now.
Well, take a look at this very special and rare 1973 Pontiac Trans Am. You can see on the shaker Super Duty 455, which is one of 180 built in 1973 with an automatic transmission, around 250 total. So this engine was on its way out. One more year before emissions choked away these motors and we didn't have serious performance. 290 horsepower in this year. But not only is it the special motor, it's a really beautiful spec. You see the white with the white interior. Up on the hood, the blue Screaming Chicken. And this one was originally delivered in Canada. $400 option Canadian to have that motor. This one showing 36,000 original miles received a sympathetic restoration, but to preserve as much of the originality as they can. Special Trans Am here.
Yep. Beautiful wheels. Quite a package. We'll see what it does when it crosses the block. Currently occupied by lot 1087, a 57 Ford Thunderbird custom convertible.
Yeah, what's really custom about this is what's under the hood. A very nicely detailed engine department and a modern Coyote engine. And I got to say, it's been beautifully installed in there. And of course, it's got a little bit of a, let's say, a backwards rake where the front end is a little higher off the ground than the back. But boy, it's got performance up front. They've really done this as a resto mod. Looks pretty stock from the outside.
And it's a two-top car as the hardtop rolls by on its stand. And that hardtop done in kind of a convertible top grain finish. You know, that has to be a difficult decision if you own one of these, whether to restore it or resto mod it. I kind of lean toward them being original, but then again, most of them are. So go this way.
$85,000, the resto mod being a very contemporary looking body style with all modern mechanicals underneath. So you get the old and the dependability of the new. Goodbye, Mr. Sun. We'll be back to Barrett-Jackson. The engine bay, an engineering delight. So many fabulous mills been built over the years. You just saw them at their very finest. And right now crossing the block is lot 1089.1, 1969 Ford F100 custom pickup.
Yeah, it's a short bed, got that Coyote engine underneath the hood, but it's got a Whipple supercharger attached to it, bringing some extra power, big 6-speed automatic transmission. Now, to be honest with you, while we say it's an F100 from 1969, in reality, it's pretty much just part of the body, and that may have been replaced because it's got a special chassis underneath, Roadster shop spec chassis, Willwood brakes. There isn't very much on this that might have started back in 1969.
Well, check out those wheels, forged aluminum centers and carbon fiber rims. Wow. That's something you usually only see on exotic cars in the several $100,000 and up range.
And once again, the dark theme continues. This almost dark battleship gray look.
$197,000. We were that close. Specifically, he was that close. And in it goes to the archive of vehicles already sold here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. You'll find that at barrett-jackson.com, along with the answers to any questions you might have about Barrett-Jackson. How you consign a car, how you visit the auction, whether you're a bidder or not. Check it all out, barrett-jackson.com. Here's lot 1090, a 1970 Chevelle SS396 Custom.
Well, I like this because under hood it's very faithful to the way it was born. 396 inches, 325 horsepower. We've got a more modern air conditioning compressor set up here, but everything looks pretty factory. So we'll call this a mild custom, Rick.
Yeah, even to the point that they've even got the cowl markings that would have been coming from the factory. So it's a custom, but they've kind of played with it, made it very semi-original at the same time.
Now what they've added is a Pro Touring suspension, a Ron Davis radiator, Bear 14-inch brakes, and a Tremec 5-speed manual transmission. I like the idea of having an overdrive if you're going to row your own gears on one of these.
Well, let's see, the cheapest Chevelle you could buy back in 1970 was about $2,530 or something like that. We're a long way from there.
sold at $110,000. Bit of a team effort there. Congratulations to the new owner. Sharp-looking car. One of many, many hundreds here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. Here's a 1970 Ford Bronco Custom SUV.
You know, the short wheelbase and the straight axle of the four-wheel drive combined to give these little Broncos a pretty rough ride. These were not comfortable cruisers, let's say, but gosh, they sure are fun. This one has a blueprint 331 stroker engine with electronic fuel injection, automatic transmission, and a 3.5-inch lift with Bilstein shocks.
And a subtle thing that they've done here is they haven't cut the rear wheel well. So they've lifted it up so they've got plenty of room between the tire and what would have been the place where it would have been rubbing. But the fact that they've left that on, most of them are cut these days, and that's fine. We all like that custom look, but I also like the originality of this.
Note the finish of the wheels. I think that's something Porsche now offers for an extra $1,000 or so. But that same finish is here on what would have been the bright work of the trim and is repeated in the interior with a nice dark chocolate on those bucket seats and a rather tasteful plaid that looks like it came straight out of a Triumph TR8.
Arctic white is the color. You want to repaint one of these, it's going to take about 1.5 gallons of paint. Doesn't seem like an awful lot, but at $1,200 a gallon, you're just into $1,800 in the paint alone.
And $120,000 in the winning bid. Big smiles all around. Big fun coming for them.
I think Porsche calls that paint treatment satin neodyme. Well, it's an exotic enough name they can charge a lot for
right,
it.
Exactly. Sounds like an expensive paint. Lot 1091 is a 1967 Mustang Custom Fastback.
Well, a little Shelby and a little, you know, kind of bespoke customizing here. The grill opening is just what you'd expect, but not this front splitter. This has been nicely done with a little bit of brake cooling here and fog lights there and a body-colored bumper. And then beneath the hood, you've got your Ford small block with what look like Weber carburetors, but are actually modern fuel injection.
And this, I believe, is our third car that was built for a baseball player that we've had cross the block today, Vinny Castillo, who played for, I think, Colorado, Atlanta. This was his hot rod that he had built. You know, we always go back to the very beginning of Barrett-Jackson, how many times we used to see Reggie Jackson up here because he had quite a collection. In fact, Reggie Jackson actually was a consultant for people who were buying cars. But there's so many great athletes that, you know, once they get the chance to do some fun things with the money they finally earned, they're heading straight for performance cars.
So the bumper here has been faired in and painted body color. LED tail lights with billet housings. A roll cage, looks like a half roll cage in this as well. Very sharp.
Yeah, but not half a price. Look at that, $200,000.
$200,000. Wow, the thrill of victory. Sweet ride indeed. All right. This is lot 1091.1, a 74 Bronco Custom SUV.
Well, this one's been given a lot of heavy-duty treatment, especially in the front axle. Hey, something in gray. A 5-liter Coyote V8, 6-speed automatic transmission, Dana 20 dual range transfer case. Earl Grey over tobacco upholstery. And the interior, these seats and all, much better than the Bronco was born with.
As I mentioned, this was the high water mark in terms of sales for the Bronco for this year, but this is a long way from that original Bronco. And just a moment ago, we showed you the fact that they were using that original looking fender flare right here, where it was cut up to here. This is the big cutout with the added flares right there.
This is called a family roll cage in this one, I guess because there's still room for the family in back.
Somebody's wife doesn't know he's here. The action is fast and furious here on a Friday in Scottsdale, but we still have a long way to go. So buckle up and continue to ride along with us for the next 4 hours. It's 6 o'clock Mountain Time, prime time, back on the East Coast. The perfect time to join us for our continuing coverage of the world's greatest collector car auction, Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. There's a beautiful Bronco, beautiful SUV that's sold for $190,000. I'm Bob Varsha, working along with Rick DeBrule, Mike Joy, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose. Glad to have you with us as the best of the best on this frantic Friday at Barrett-Jackson continues for 4 hours. Here's lot 1092, a 1952 Chevy 3100 custom pickup.
LS-based engine under the hood, Tremec 6-speed manual transmission. Boy, it's got that intake and controller kit, all kinds of work that's been done. And look at this up here. It just says Iron Evolution. Yeah, we're talking about that iron in the block.
Crystal red is the color. And this has a manual transmission, a Tremec T56 6-speed. Computer-controlled fuel injection, but it is still a manual transmission truck. Beautiful burled wood in the bed.
$140,000 takes it. Beautiful paint job. But coming fast now, lot 1092.1 is a 62 Corvette custom convertible.
Last year for the C1 body style before the Stingray came for 1963. This also has an LS swap, a 6.2-liter LS3 with a 4L70E 4-speed automatic transmission, a replacement chassis from Art Morrison, and very little left of the 62 save the body, the dash, and some of the interior.
Boy, this is made to look great in a Resto-Mod kind of way and to drive great. Those big Wilwood disc brakes, they've upgraded the suspension. Once again, that's been added to that Art Morrison chassis underneath. And boy, the paint on this is just flawless.
I think on these Resto-Mod Corvettes, the presence of the automatic transmission does not hold them back. The purists would prefer a 4-speed in a Corvette restored to original. But in a Resto-Mod, you want a modern running and driving car with the looks of the car you remember, and the automatic here is no hindrance.
Look at the price. Absolutely no hindrance.
Here's on for 1093 is a 2023 Chevy Corvette Z06. It's powered
$195,000 is the number on the Summit Racing Sold sticker. It's that beautiful custom vet rolls away into the growing Arizona night. Now on stage, lot 1093 is a 2023 Corvette Z06.
Hurts my eyes to see this roll up on stage right after that 62, but look how far we've come from front engine to mid engine, and this is an all but new C8 Corvette 2023, just kind of one half of a model year old, one owner. The warranty transfers, 2 LZ trim, and 70th anniversary Corvette badging.
Well, 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds. When you think about what you're buying for, you know, in the United States, this is a supercar at a half, a third, a quarter of the price you're paying for a supercar that has much more exotic lineage.
And don't confuse this with the base. You can buy one for $60,000 Corvette because you can't. This is the Z06, upgraded performance version, introduced more than a year after the first C8s hit the order bank and the showroom floor. Yeah, this is the one you want.
Unless I'm mistaken, one of the options you can get on this for $5,000, you get a custom VIN number.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, rest assured that the 2020.
You know, but the cool thing when you talk about those $60,000 Gen 1, you know, of the mid-engines, the fact that you could. I mean, most people bought it for $65,000, $70,000 at a minimum. They started adding things on. But the fact that you actually could potentially buy a relatively base car for less than 70 grand that was a mid-engine supercar, that's amazing.
I think as time goes by, those very base, no-option Corvettes, the everything delete cars, as our friend Steve Bignatti would say, I think they are going to find a certain level of collectability, perhaps higher than where they trade right now. Because how many no-option Corvettes have you ever seen?
This one goes for $140,000. Don't show your bitter battle to us. Show it to that guy. He's bringing your contract. All right, on to 1093.1. This is a car that Tyler Hoover showed us earlier. A 2023, excuse me, a 1973 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am 455 Super Duty.
Probably the last of the high-performance second generation Trans Ams, 290 horsepower. This one with a 3-speed automatic transmission, white with blue trim as the Trans Ams originally were, and a whole lot of provenance and paperwork go with this one.
Yeah, it has 36,000 original miles, and here we have the Canada invoice. It shows that it sold brand new for $4,608. And wait a minute, those are probably Canadian dollars. So it's not U.S. dollars, which back then I'm not sure what the exact exchange rate was, but traditionally it's just a little bit less.
I like the look of this one, white inside and out. Now at GM, when you bought a GM car with a white interior, you got white seats, white door panels, a white headliner, white kick panels, but you got a black dash, center console, and carpet. Still, that's what they called the white interior. One uncommon option on this one sits on the rear deck, and that was this version of the Camaro and Firebird's rear window defroster. It was not a grid in the glass, it was a fan to push warm air up to that rear window, and it worked pretty well.
And let's think about this. The following year, they came out with the 1974 Pontiacs. Looked pretty much like this one, very similar. Not the Mustang II that changed everything.
Well, that pair agonized through the bidding. It got to $145,000, and they got the car. Now here comes lot 1094, a 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429.
Oh my gosh. Now these Mustangs were not built on the regular Ford assembly line. They were sent to a contractor called Carcraft for the installation of King Kong. The magnesium valve covered 429-inch canted valve engine that Ford wanted to homologate for use in NASCAR. But instead of putting it in the Torino, they put it in the Mustang. They had to narrow up the suspension towers to get the engine in here. Don't even try to change the rear spark plugs. It's darn near impossible. And these engines are dry-decked. That means that the cylinder head and the block have no one-piece head gasket. It's all a bunch of little O-rings, and you got to get them all just right. But here we are at $375,000.
And we're not done yet, Mike.
Well, the boss refers to Bunky Newton, who was the head of Ford at the time. Larry Shinoda, who was involved in the mid-year Corvettes, came over, and this was his idea. Let's have a Boss 302 and a Boss 429.
Here's the original sales contract and financing sheet. The owner card is with it for warranty service. All original, 47,000 actual miles. Wow.
Wow, that was something. Looks like it might have gone to an internet bidder. So the gentleman with his fist in the air was gesturing. And with that, let's take a look at our updated top 5 now that we have a new top seller. From $202,000 to $220,000, $250,000, $300,000, and $400,000. Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Superformance, and Ford from 1st to 5th. Great variety. Wow. Deep breath, everyone. Plenty more to come here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Stand by for more. How do you describe a scene like this? With all the colors imaginable, an Arizona sunset here at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction at Westworld of Scottsdale. Absolutely beautiful. And the room remains packed here in the auction hall, viewing a 56 Chevy Bel Air custom convertible.
Well, my good friend, the late Patrick Pogrant with John Bradley, restored this 56. His builds are the best of the best, and I think someone just got an incredible bargain on this 56.
$125,000 to John Staluppi up there in his box, building another great car collection. I don't know how many he's had, but at least 2 that I'm aware of. And a great train set, too. Lot 1096.1 is a 2024 GMC Hummer EV 3X pickup.
I'll tell you what, this is the hot ticket these days in the electric world. People are talking about, oh, this is cool, that's cool. This is the ultimate in cool. You know, when the Hummer name went away, we thought we were never going to see it come back because, well, it just gone beyond its evolution. And then somebody came up with the bright idea of let's put some electric motors in, but not just any electric motors. Let's put 1,000 horsepower worth of electric motors into a massive Hummer-style vehicle. And then let's make it so that Hummer can do 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. Let's do a little crab walking, some style. This is an amazing piece of machinery.
Now, in its previous iteration, Hummer was its own brand. First with AM General building military Humvees, then Hummer as a GM brand. Now, Hummer is a sub-brand of GMC. So you go to your local GMC dealer to order one of these. And as Rick points out, they are electric only. 4-door body with a pickup reminiscent of the late lamented Chevy Avalanche.
$155,000. Congratulations, sir. Here comes lot 1097, a 1957 Ford Thunderbird custom convertible.
More beautiful light blue metallic on this one. The ride height seems pretty standard. Wire wheels, just glistening, gorgeous. Big wide whites. Looks very, very stock until Cliff does that and opens the hood.
A little bit earlier, you asked the question, do you prefer to keep it stock in the Baby Bird world, or do you prefer to customize it? And I think, you know, the Baby Bird prices haven't been as strong as they have in the past few years. Well, unless, of course, you got to name this Minter car. But I think now that we're seeing these Coyote engines going in, the extra performance going in, taking these cars and making them nice resto mods, I think we're seeing greater value come into this world. So to my money, I think this is the right thing to do. Resto mod it, make it look cool, and give it that modern performance. And frankly, I mean, you're looking at the prices, you know, I don't know what the build price is on this, but it's definitely bringing more than a stock 57 probably would have built.
And with this base coat, clear coat metallic paint, you can't disguise it as a restored to stock bird. So just call this a beautiful resto, two-top resto mod.
You know, it's interesting to think that when this was on the showroom floors that they were rapidly getting ready to bring out the 58 Thunderbird, which, you know, came out to great acclaim, the concept of a 4-door Thunderbird that people with families could actually use. But it was already, the end was near when this was on the showroom floor.
Rolling across the block next, here's a 1957.
$60,000. Wow, we've seen 57 T-Birds from $60,000 to well up into six figures. Here's a car that's coming up a little bit later. A 1970 Dodge Challenger RT. 440 six-pack engine, matching numbers, 4-speed transmission, and more. Back at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, where moments ago, this beautiful 57 Chevy Bel Air custom convertible rolled across the lot in tuxedo black, gleaming chrome, and went to the moon. $205,000, our number 5 sale of the day. Awesome stuff. The hits just keep on coming. Good view there from the Muscle Lounge up on the block. A 2023 Corvette Z06 has just cracked 200,000.
Well, once again, as we mentioned, it's not, it's a great car. The problem is trying to find one. And because you can't find one, you can't order one, you can't just shop around. As a result, well, what do? You come to Barrett-Jackson, and they're up here on the block.
And as soon as we get one number at 205, we get a second one. $205,000, tying for 5th highest of the day and 6th of the overall auction. Moving on to lot 1099, a 69 Camaro Z28 RS.
Well, RS means the Rally Sport headlamps, hideaway headlamps, and upgraded interior, but this is a genuine 69 Z28. Even includes the original smog pump, air injection reactor system to lessen emissions. This car comes out of MS Classic Cars, a dealership in Seekonk, Mass. 12-volt posi rear end, 4-speed Z28. And there is a whole page of provenance, including the original sale date, January 3rd, 1969, warranty invoices, oil change, door stickers, you name it. This car's entire history is documented and included.
Yeah, they made about 20,000 Z28s back in 1969, and of those, about 1,300 have the Rally Sport option. So they went not just with the performance, but the looks as well. Once again, this is the Z28, and as we mentioned, Z28 didn't actually mean anything. It was just the option number.
Certified by Jerry McNeish, Camaro expert, and it sells for $145,000. Now let's rejoin Tyler.
I'm with lot 1111.1, a 2008 Mercedes CLK 63 Black Series, and with a Blueprint engine cam, let's take a look under the hood. 6.2-liter Mercedes V8. These came out a year earlier, replacing the supercharged 5.4, and they came to great acclaim. This one, 510 horsepower, naturally aspirated. The noise on these, it sounds like a German muscle car. But this one, about this most special car to get this engine, because it is a CLK Black Series. You see those wide fenders. They styled this to look like the Formula One safety car of the period. And about the most hot modern collectible with the Mercedes world is a Black Series car. They made SLS, CLK, SLK, several versions, but I think this is the prettiest, the pillarless coupe CLK. And everything was lightened, the suspension modified. You can see the interior. They got rid of the back seat, and you see how fresh it is? That's because this one has less than 500 original miles on it. I was talking to a few Black Series experts here watching the sale. They think this might be the lowest one to ever sell at a public auction. So if you're surprised a little bit later when you see a CLK bringing huge money, well, don't be. This thing is incredibly special.
Well, as the kids used to say on the R Gang comedies, devil stand behind me and don't push. Here's lot 1100, a 1970 Mercury Cyclone GT429 SCJ drag pack.
Yeah, this is a special one. You got the drag pack, you got a very upgraded engine, and the easiest spotting cue of the drag pack are these lines going to this oil cooler that sits in front of the radiator. But it's a 429 drag pack car, super Cobra Jet, very rare.
Yeah, it's got the C on the VIN number, so that means it is exactly what it's supposed to be, born this way. They have the restyling. They call this the gun sight grill that came out in 1970. The reality was, you know, even this performance package, the restyling really didn't help the sales for this car. But it's pretty cool, and not a lot of these things around.
A gentleman just left the stage dressed in the same yellow as this car, and I had a flashback to Dave Ressler, the Corvette dealer that every time he brought a car to the block, he wore a sport coat the color of the car and tossed it in for the new owner to enjoy. Drag pack, 8,000 RPM tack, oil pressure gauge, engine temperature gauge, and ammeter, all included in the dash and all factory. Very, very cool piece, also from MS Classic Cars.
I remember Dave Ressler changing jackets, the sport coats, to match the car that he was sending across the block, and he did it with much flair, I must say. $180,000, second acquisition for that gentleman. He is in no pain at all, I'm guessing right now. He has picked up some great cars. We'll be back. Welcome back. From the luxury boxes, there's a great look down onto the auction floor. Auction block to the right. Cars coming at you as they file through. And acres of chairs occupied almost to the last by bidders and fans. Grandstands all around. Thousands of people here to witness the Barrett Jackson. We're at $120,000 bid on a 2018 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon.
This one has never left Scottsdale, Arizona. Tyler, it has 163 miles on it. Was sold new here. It's never been out of town.
Well, that's pretty astounding considering what it's capable of. I would have wanted to ripped it several times. Over 800 horsepower. When these came out, it was just astounding, like a 2-second 0 to 60. They came with an extra crate to where you could assemble it for drag configuration. I believe that comes with a car, so you go to the property room, you're going to have to bring a second vehicle to pick it up.
Now, of course, this was long before Dodge knew that the Challenger would reach the end of the line at the end of 2023 with all of these last call versions. So, yep, they were building these to go down the track and go fast and to keep on building them. And they were really in a niche that Ford and Chevrolet weren't with these cars.
Well, they kind of leaned into the fact where they said the Challenger can't take a turn. Everybody's buying Fords to go around the track. The Camaro ZL1, they wanted to make it track focused. You know, Dodge is like, well, no, we're going to do the quarter mile. We're going to have fun, break the tires loose, whip it around, just goof off with these things. They're perfect for that.
SRT badge on the rear spoiler for street and race technology.
Down comes the hammer at $122,000. Now we'll stay with the block where our next lot is actually a twofer. A vehicle and a trailer. The vehicle, 1932 Willys Custom sedan called Low Standard, followed by a 2019 custom tanker trailer.
Well, never have I ever. I mean, look at this low-slung Willys rod. I love the treatment of dropping the headlights right down to the center of the axle. That's a Doane Spencer touch. And this thing is just slammed. That dark blue looks so tasteful on this car. Look at the narrow wheels and tires up front. Wow.
I was walking by it earlier when it started up and my ears perked up because I heard a small diesel, and it is a small Nissan diesel under the hood, and you can see it's pulling a giant standard oil tank. I think you should try a cannonball run in this one. run a fuel pump in a line and you can go coast to coast probably without having to fill up.
Remember the standard oil pumps that had the light up crown on top? That idea is replicated here in the knockoffs for the 3-section fuel tanker. Actually, it doesn't hold fuel in all those sections. At the back here is a door that opens. This is a trunk of sorts.
Yeah, they styled this tank to look like the very early turn of the century horse-drawn fuel tanks used for delivery. When they wouldn't trust cars to deliver fuel back in the day, it was horse-drawn. This is a wild thing here.
That Stanovo painted on the sides of the trailer stands for Standard Aviation Oil, a branch of Standard Oil Company, once the richest company in America.
And they mounted 1937 Oldsmobile taillights, I believe, up high on the cab so that you could actually see it. If it was too low and stopping power, well, you want people to see it.
Says Hunter Field on the side. I believe that's an airfield in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So this is designed not as a tanker to deliver to gas stations, but to deliver to airplanes.
Well, whoever buys this, I guess they could buy that 1930s Beechcraft we have selling tomorrow as well. This would be a great matching set for a vintage airport.
Well, the bidders are digging it. We're at $180,000.
The truck wears a 1932 Iowa tag, and the padlock is an Excelsior. S-O-CO, yes, that Standard Oil Company padlock that comes with this. Trick.
And there it goes at $192,000. How dare you call this a novelty item? That is serious dosh. So cool. Okay, now something a little more normal here. Lot 1103 is a 2023 Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat Widebody Jailbreak Last Call Edition.
Now, earlier we told you the story about the yellow shipping protectors for the front splitter and how nobody wanted to take them off because they look cool. So what did Dodge say? We'll make people take them off. We'll make them pink instead of yellow. You know what? Folks still left them on.
Well, this one's still brand new in the wrapper. You can see that last call badge up here with it hitting its protective plastic peeled off. But Bob is calling this car more normal. It's not normal. Over 800 horsepower, wide body, and the last call. And jailbreak means you could order it any way you want, any option they had available at that time, any configuration. But with this one, they just went all black.
Fantastic that you can personalize these to taste. Now, a lot of them are kept new in the wrapper, as this one was, and find their way to the auction block. But 807 horsepower, 8-speed automatic, and the color, pitch black.
Yeah, I've seen some, they try and find houndstooth. They can option it that way and go with the retro interior. This one, they didn't do that. Anything they could option to hit the black button, that's what they did, even with the matte black wheels.
Sold for $97,000. It's fun for the whole family. Moving on. Lot 1103.1 is a 2023 Dodge Challenger RT 392 Scat Pack Last Call Swinger Special Edition.
Now, I remember Sublime. That was a color on the Challenger TAs. In fact, the one that Sam Posey raced for Dodge was Sublime color. And I remember the Dodge Swinger. It was a Dodge Dart option package with striping and a kind of trick interior. And it was kind of a fun vibe. And you put that together with a Challenger in the Last Call edition. Wow, you get this.
Right, it is fantastic. And you get the wide body, which you normally would see on the Hellcat or the Demons, on this not supercharged Hemi engine. So around 500 horsepower with these Scat Packs. But then they do the retro throwback with the Swinger. It's fun to see it all bring back before the Challenger. Well, it's now going away.
Shaker intake, spoilers, Scat Pack lettering on the back of that spoiler. All part of that Swinger edition. I love the satin forged wheels on this because they're going to be lightweight, they're going to be strong, and they look great.
Now, the only thing they didn't bring back, I suppose, because it was Plymouth, well, they didn't do the Daytona either. They could have put a bit of wing on it. That might have been a little much. Roadrunner probably licensing it again was too hard, but it's great that they brought back everything they could, including the Swinger.
Sam Posey went to Rhode Island School of Design before becoming a famous racer, and so he wanted to design the livery of the 70 Trans Am Challenger that he would race, and Dodge says, go ahead, except it has to be painted Sublime. And now that car is recognized around the world. There's nothing like it.
$85,000 takes it. Simply Sublime. Now here comes a car from the Frank Teague collection. Lot 1103.2 is a 71 Dodge Hemi Challenger.
You know, we've had a number of Teague cars up here on the auction block today. Every one of them have been polished and prepared to a very high standard, not a speck of even dust anywhere. So here's a Hemi Challenger from 1971, number 2 of 7, sold by Mr. Norm's Grand Spalding Dodge at the corner of Grand and Spalding Avenues in Chicago. They were the Dodge semi-factory drag racing team, and if you wanted a hot rod Dodge, you wanted to go buy it from Mr. Norm's wherever you lived.
Well, and that's likely why it was also optioned with the drag pack, which you would have to get, I would imagine, with the 426 Hemi. I can't imagine not doing it. And the loud colors to intimidate that person, whoever you pulled up to at the stoplight, red with the white stripes. Fantastic.
This has the Super Track Pack, including the 410 ratio Dana rear differential, rubber Endura covered bumpers, front and rear. All the RT badging, styled steel wheels, no alloys here. And the Go Wing on the trunk, which the angle that it's at looks like it might create lift rather than downforce, but gosh, it sure looks good.
Boy, these muscle cars from the Frank Teague's collection just keep coming. The next couple are also out of that collection.
71, I believe, final year for the Hemi in this car, and didn't sell as well as the 70. Maybe a little lower compression as things were transitioning in Detroit, but still, Dodge was very much in the muscle car business in 1971, as this shows.
Well, in 1971 was the end of an era for the Hemi the first time around, and we just saw the end of the Hemi here in 2023. So will there be a third coming of the Hemi, a Hemi EV? How can they get the air to flow all trick in a battery, I wonder?
$112,000. Well, hammer's high, but we're still at it. The performance engine Dodge has planned to replace the Hemi is an inline 6. That's coming next year.
Yes, when I did the Dodge Ram experience, they were talking about it being a Rebel Huracan. No more TRX. So going down cheaper, actually, with the Ram pickups.
$117,000 takes that Dodge Hemi Challenger to its new home. And here, as I mentioned, another car out of the Frank Teague's collection. Lot 1104 is a 1970 Plymouth Cuda.
Craig Jackson's a Cuda owner. Of course, he owns Dan Gurney's Cuda, the one that actually raced in the Trans Am series. But here we are with the Shaker and the rear wing. Shaker hood, the Cuda, a little more restrained body style than the Dodge Challenger. 2-inch shorter wheelbase, so a little less rear seat room. Love this EB5 color. pistol grip shifter inside for that 4-speed. And, you know, that's something ergonomically that you want to have. I don't know if Plymouth was really thinking in that direction, but look at that pistol grip. I mean, that means all business right there.
The key difference between this CUDA and the last Challenger is the engine. This one, the 446. So one option below with the 6-pack. Known as a much more durable engine than the fragile Hemi. They would sell these with a normal warranty versus the Hemi was a pretty short warranty, right?
Only 100 miles on this car since its full restoration. 3 2-barrel carburetors make up the 6-pack. 4-speed traction lock rear end, optional 15-inch wheels. Matching numbers driveline, all except the transmission, which is a replacement.
With the help of the bidder assistant, $83,000 brings down the hammer. And that gentleman has a 70 CUDA put in his garage. Next up will be a car that we showed you earlier, a 1970 Dodge Challenger RT.
Little longer, a little wider looking than the CUDA. Perhaps a lot of that is the quad headlights, where the CUDA just has single ones. And this is a 1970, the highest horsepower year. Matching numbers, which means that the engine is the one that the car was born with, as documented by Galen Govier. 410 Dana rear end, which means this thing's really going to scream for RPM out on the highway. Vinyl top, no shaker hood here or go wing on the back. Pistol grip shifter, bucket seats, of course, and a not army looking green, but to taste. And I confess a love for blue cars, and I saw enough of this shade in the Army Reserves for 6 years that I don't think I want to drive it every day. But they make them in all colors for all tastes.
Well, I think it's interesting, you know, see so many done in plum crazy or some wild color, but of course there was these muted ones, and somebody definitely loved green when they hit the options on this one. The green vinyl top, green interior, and it's one of 847 of these 446-pack Challengers. Numbers matching as well, so all the pedigree just without that Hemi.
The fine art of being a bidder assistant. They shake their head, go away, come back, see if they've reconsidered. In that case, no. $82,000 takes the car. We've got a break coming up, and plenty more still to come as we head to 7 o'clock in the evening local time. 3 more hours to follow here at Barrett-Jackson. Let's take a peek down into the McGuire staging lanes as night has fully fallen here at Westworld of Scottsdale. Still just mobs of people out there in the glare of the lights. And the party rolls on. 3 more hours to come here in our continuing coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Here's lot 1106, a 1969 Camaro Custom.
Well, let's start with the color because you can't ignore it. It is Dodge Viper Snakeskin Green. And other than the cowl induction hood, which has been added, this is all original sheet metal on this beautiful mild custom build. The spoiler, rear spoiler, fared into the fenders and the trunk lid, billet taillights and all, sharp piece.
Well, maybe original metal on the outside, but underneath, massive changes. I mean, look at those big, huge tires that they've put on the back. And of course, that traditional suspension that you would have seen on a 1969 Camaro is long gone. Everything's been redone in this. And right now we're bid at $145,000.
I love this cognac leather interior, bespoke console, totally reworked dash.
Well, that was quick to 150,000. That's where it hammered away to that gentleman. That didn't take long. Yep, that one's hard to ignore. Lot 1106.1 is a 1970 Chevelle Custom.
Well, like the Camaro that just left the block, this also comes from MS Classic Cars, a dealership in Seekonk, Mass. And this was also restored by Rich Mutert of Innovations Auto in Forestall, Missouri. He did that Camaro, he did this Chevelle. And his idea on this build, keep the original factory appearance and add moderate custom touches. And other than those big, huge wheels and tires with huge disc brakes and the big block transplant, looks like he did just that.
Boy, tuxedo black, the white stripes, it just doesn't do a very nice standard. In fact, you know, there's no, this is not vinyl graphics here. This is painted on and clear coated over, so it feels like one consistent paint all the way across. It's beautifully done.
Well, look at the number. The bidders certainly prize triple black over Kermit the Frog green, because this Chevelle is doing the big number.
Well, it's the perfect package when you get right down to it. I mean, it's got that big, huge engine under the hood, plenty of performance, the black body that looks perfect from the outside. Remember, black will show every flaw. And, of course, it's a 1970 Chevelle, the high watermark. The funny thing is, you know, they built more than 600,000 Chevelles. No one seems to care. There's plenty of them to go around and modify them and make them look nice the way you want them.
Big number here, 255 and counting. Not counting anymore, 255,000. A lot of backslapping. He worked hard for it. Now, every now and then we like to take a little walk down memory lane. And a lot of the cars that a lot of us loved will be crossing the block tomorrow on Super Saturday. Here's Tyler Hoover about a car that he once lusted after.
I'm celebrating a little bit of an anniversary here at Barrett-Jackson because 20 years ago, after begging my dad for years to come out from watching all the TV coverage, we came here in person to the 2004 Scottsdale auction 20 years ago. The top seller, a 1938 Lincoln Zephyr that sold for a little over $400,000, but it was also the first time I saw my ultimate dream car, this, a 300 SL Gullwing in silver, much like this one, and there was actually two of them. I thought it was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen and thought one day if I work really, really hard, I can buy one of those. But prices have exploded on these in the last few decades, but my enthusiasm hasn't waned at all. I'm just going to have to work a lot harder to buy one.
A lot of us love that 300 SL, Tyler. In fact, right around that time, I came to Barrett-Jackson for the broadcast with my wife and son and a friend of his and that friend's mother, and she confided in me she'd always wanted to see a 300 SL in the flesh. I said, well, that'll be easy. We have 6 of them here at Barrett-Jackson. All right, lot 1107 is 1967 Chevy C10 custom pickup.
Well, this one built on a Roadster shop chassis with a blueprint 383 Stroker 350 V8, 4-wheel disc brakes, 4-link rear, rack and pinion steering, beautiful deep midnight blue with mocha interior.
Boy, 67 to 72 C10s. These are ruling the world right now in the custom range.
$115,000. Once again, reached pretty quickly. And don't forget, every lot that crosses the block, as soon as the hammer falls, they add in the buyer's premium and taxes and so on, and it goes right into the docket listing at barrett-jackson.com. So check that out. Keep track of the upcoming auctions, including Palm Beach in April, and the newly announced Barrett-Jackson, let's call it Scottsdale 2 in October. Never too early to start planning to visit a Barrett-Jackson auction. Trust me, it is great value for money. Here we are with lot 1107.1, a 69 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am Custom.
I love this build because it's a subtle custom. I mean, in many ways, when you look at it, it looks like it's almost, you know, not wild like we see a lot of these new LS engines and all the Coyote engines in terms of what they could have done. No, this has got some style underneath. It looks very traditional. That 400 cubic inch V8, 4-speed automatic transmission with the overdrive. It's got fuel injection, and on the outside, boy, I tell you, it looks like it just rolled off the showroom floor as a Trans Am edition. No story that it is. Once again, it is a custom, but they've done a great job of recreating that look.
So the Firebird is represented here in the taillight panel with the lock cylinder for the trunk opener and in the side marker clearance lights at the rear, where earlier there had been the Arrowhead Pontiac logo. There's the Firebird.
$68,000. Seems reasonable. And now here's a car that is coming up a little later on. A 1967 Camaro RS SS Custom, 500 horsepower plus. Very cool car. Don't miss it. I could watch these pictures all night. Beautiful overhead shot of Westworld of Scottsdale, Arizona. For most of the year, an equestrian facility, and a concert venue, and a sports arena. But for one, now 2 weekends a year, it's the home of the world's greatest collector car auctions, Barrett-Jackson. There's a half-mile of tents, plus the associated buildings, 1.5 million square feet of automotive dreams. There's what the last 3 cars across the block did, including a 58 Chevy Corvette Custom at $200,000. Ho-hum. We have lots of those. Oh, my goodness. It is Car Nut Nirvana here in Scottsdale. We're at $80,000 on a 1969 Corvette 427 435 convertible.
Well, that was the biggest engine available in regular production option Corvettes. Cortez Silver, color shared with the Z28 Camaro. These early C3 Corvettes with the chrome bumpers are really coming into their own. Wouldn't surprise me to see this one end up at 6 figures.
You know, it all depends upon what era you grew up in, right? I mean, if you were, you know, somebody who grew up in the mid-year Corvette, well, that was your peak. Now I'm a Mako Shark guy.
$82,000. Nicely done, sir. We'll move on to 1109.1, a 69 Camaro Custom.
No, for me, the ultimate 69 Camaro was the one that was built for Car and Driver magazine. Penske Racing may have massaged it. They called it the Blue Maxi, and it was a cover car, and it was done in Sunoco blue with Penske red and yellow pinstriping. And the greatest thing about it was it didn't have the 302. It had the, going to be new for 1970, LT1 350 in the Z28. And boy, that was a car. I wonder where it went.
I'll tell you, you paint it in Sunoco blue with those gold stripes, you got me right off the bat. You know, when you were about to say there was one that was built, and I was thinking there was only one car I wanted from 1969, and that's Mark Donahue's car. That's it. Having said that, would I love a Pro Touring, a build like this, painted in Sunoco colors? Absolutely.
Well, I'll give you Bill Ockerland's phone number because he has the Donahue car, and he vintage races it regularly with historic Trans Am. This one is a beauty. Gleaming base coat, clear coat paint, some larger mag wheels than the 15 inches it would have worn, houndstooth interior, custom console, hammer.
$117,000 means it's time for another soul sticker. And another dream ride finds its new home, as every car in the auction does, because Barrett-Jackson this year in Scottsdale is all no reserve, no minimum bid that must be reached. Every car goes to the high bidder. Now, we asked company chairman Craig Jackson about some of his favorite cars we're going to see tomorrow on Super Saturday, and he immediately thought about the late Don Williams and his collection of cars selling tomorrow. Here's Craig.
I am here at the Black Hawk Museum. Well, we're in the main gallery, the Don Williams Gallery here. I am joined by Brian Murphy, who is also the curator of the Black Hawk Museum, to tell us a little bit about the 540K Mercedes.
This is a one-off bodied by Mayfair of England, the only one that was built. You have the beautiful design, the sleek look, the sporty, all the louvers on this car, the setback radiator. And this is considered one of the most beautiful 540Ks built.
This is a supercharged car producing 175 horsepower when it's under full boost. These cars are works of art, as Don called them, rolling art. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to acquire the 540K Mercedes with one-off coachwork in a roadster configuration. This is an opportunity.
I am really looking forward to that. One of my favorite all-time cars, the Mercedes-Benz 540K. Normally they were black, that one in red, and I absolutely dig it. $87,000 takes this. What have we got there? Oh, 1110, that's the Plymouth Emi-Cuda Custom Convertible, followed now by a 65 Corvette 327 350 convertible.
So the upgraded small block engine in this Stingray, first year for four-wheel disc brakes, or even any disc brakes on the Corvette, is this 1965. The base engine was 300 horsepower and it was painted all Chevy orange. You got the 350 horse version with the upgraded cam, intake, carburetor, and you got cast aluminum valve covers with it. Beautiful car, documented by Roy Sinor, Barrett Jackson's Corvette expert, one of only 4,716 cars built with this engine in '65.
And this sticker here is pretty important. If we can come up and take a look at the window right here, this sticker is the NCRS sticker. And what they'll do is they'll put those on cars to make it very clear that it has met NCRS standards.
Now, the car card is done in little tiny bug type, and it includes such minutia that this car includes an original Libbity-Bibbity insurance brochure and a Jacquin's vodka writing pad that was found in the glove box. Bob, that's a little too much provenance for me.
TMI indeed.
Well, but look at the number we're at. Apparently all that provenance, however you define it, well, it's adding up right now.
Be happier if we found the vodka and left the pad.
Looking inside, the inside of this looks as good as the outside. And of course, remember in earlier years, you had a little grab bar right there for the passengers. Now they were on their own now.
Glen Green, named for the Watkins Glen Grand Prix circuit in upstate New York.
And green as in dollars, 180,000 of which went into buying that beautiful car. Now to April.
Hey, Bob, I'm in the staging lanes right now. This is where all the cars come before they make their way up to the block. And check out this 2023 Z06. It's really interesting how they cut out the hood right here. Just all the design details. Very cool hypersonic gray with the yellow stripes that go all the way to the back. Now, come alongside. Very cool aero kit throughout. You got some intakes here, but I wanted to show you inside. That yellow theme with the stripes continues. All the stitching in these door panels. Just look at the attention to detail. Even the seat belts right here got that yellow treatment. The steering wheel, you got that little stripe up there. Very driver-centric area. And of course the bolstering seats, because this is a race car, baby. And I want you to check out this exhaust because it is a really, really cool design. You got the 4-quad exhaust right in the back. But the real show, right there, take a look. 670 horsepower, 5.5 liter flat plane crank V8 that revs to 8,600 RPM. I mean, this sounds like an exotic European engine, but it's made by Chevy. Now, this one only has close to 20 miles on it. It's pretty much brand new in a wrapper. This is a street legal race car, and it's coming your way in just a few. Bob?
Looking forward to that, April. Thank you. Now on stage at 2021, whoops, away it goes. Yenko Stage 2. We move on to a Mercedes-Benz CLK 63 AMG Black Series.
Yeah, this was a factory hot rod, and a great one at that. Note that the fenders have been flared, front and rear, rocker panel extensions added, big forged wheels, the AMG styling apron, an AMG engine under hood, 510 horsepower, 7-speed speed shift, and this is a 2-seater. These Black Series cars did not come with a rear seat, so this is a factory hot rod special limited production car from Mercedes.
Yeah, and this one has less than 500 miles on the odometer since it was built in 2008. Let's just peek in the back seat for just a moment, because I want to show you what Bob was talking about. You know, in a normal one, a non-AMG edition, you'd have 2 seats back there, or at least a bench back there. This, you've got 2 giant scoops. Yeah, you can put anything you want back there, just don't put people in them. No seat belts, no comfort, none of that stuff.
License plate frame indicates this was new at Mercedes-Benz of downtown Los Angeles. And it looks brand new. AMG Black Series. Something Mercedes had to come up with when customers complained, well, all my neighbors have AMG Mercedes. I want something more exclusive. Here you go.
Well, guess what? It's pretty exclusive in the price range right now. We've got less than 500 miles on the odometer. The Black Series, we're over $200,000.
Sold at $225,000. I got the car. I have to pay for it now? You betcha. Okay, we're going to take a break. Everybody take a deep breath. We are now in our 7th hour of 9 here on Friday at Barrett-Jackson. Stay with us. Ah, the staff of life. Popcorn. Fresh, hot. Oh, man. Only thing better is kettle corn. We have that, or caramel corn. I don't know. Love that popcorn. Okay, here we are back on the block at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, coming to the bottom of our 7th hour shortly. This is lot 1113, a 2013 Bentley Continental GTC convertible.
567 horsepower, Mulliner driving spec, and less than 17,000 miles. Wow. Beluga. That's black. That's Bentley for black. You can charge more for Beluga than you can for black.
Why don't they just call it Caviar Black? Do we have to actually use the name? You know, it gets confused with all those whale fans out there. Second generation of this car came out in 2011. This is the 2013, so we're more modern than the original, but boy, it looks spectacular. They managed to carry this body style for a long time. It's got 17,000 original miles on it, so it's beautifully done and well kept.
3-piece alloy wheels, wind blocker behind the front seats. Very luxurious touring convertible. Recently serviced at the Bentley dealer in La Jolla, California. And quite a nice low-mile example. I like the diamond stitch seats, something that Bentley and Audi repopularized in the last few years.
Up front, there's something interesting when you look at the grill. You look at this and your first thought is, oh, it's just a metal grill. It's not. It's plastic, actually. It looks like steel mesh or chrome mesh. It's designed to be impact resistant for passengers. If a passenger were to hit it, it would break instead of hurting, pardon me, the pedestrian that might run into something in the front of the car. So it looks like it's metal, but it's actually plastic.
Sold $100,000 to that gentleman. So it goes down the ramp to Devon. He puts on the Summit Racing Sold sticker and the hammer price. Now to the block, and I believe, Rick DeBrule, this is one of the cars that you isolated as a future collectible. It's a 2023 Cadillac CT5V Blackwing.
Absolutely. I mean, we go back, we look back to some of the Cadillacs that crossed the block during the course of this auction, and they were just luxury cars, and they were big boats, Somewhere along the line, Cadillac realized we need to get back to our roots. They did it by racing in Le Mans, they raced in endurance, and they've slowly but surely been building up their performance game, now coming out with the Blackwing. And the Blackwing, as we mentioned a little bit earlier in our broadcast, actually corresponds to the small black birds that were a part of the Cadillac crest for a long time. Now, in the current version of the Cadillac crest, you don't see any of those black birds, but the Blackwing is the performance edition of the modern Cadillac.
So this has a 6.2-liter supercharged direct injection V8, and unlike most Cadillacs, it has a 6-speed manual transmission. Sticker price on this was a little less than currently bid, $117,000. Blaze orange metallic with jet black interior.
Wow, $135,000. You got the Ferrari shirt on, but I think you're getting a really cool car there. Now, one of our features here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale is what we call side-by-side. We take two cars of the same model, but separated by decades to see how they compare and contrast. Here's Mike Joy in a Porsche state of mind.
Porsche has always been about performance on the road and on the racetrack. And the 356 was a very capable car, but Porsche wanted more. So in 1955, they created the Speedster. The envelope body was widened somewhat, and the windshield was markedly lowered. Better aerodynamics, more performance. This was what competitors jokingly called the Porsche bathtub. It had a 1500cc engine. This one's been upgraded to 1600 cc's and 80 horsepower. Now, another thing about Porsche is once they find a good idea, they're not the least bit hesitant to have history repeat itself. Here is Porsche's latest Speedster, built for the company's 70th anniversary in 2019. The headrest-bearing Speedster humps are here. So is the laid-back windshield, GT3 front fascia, and 500 horsepower engine. Not for better performance on the racetrack, but for exclusivity. And the most valuable part on this 1,000-mile example is this serial number plate between the seats. Only 1,948 of these were built, celebrating the year the company was founded. And any Porsche with that kind of pedigree, being a one of a certain number, is going to sell for multiples of its original sticker price.
Ah, yes. One of the most aspirational brands in all of automobilia, Porsche. Now on stage is lot 1114, a 1970 Dodge Charger RT 440. $97,000 bid. $97,000 sold. Timing is everything in life. So we'll move on. Stop me if you've heard this before. It's a 69 Camaro SS396 L78.
Well, this is a little different because the 396 came with these big faux vents in the hood. And where I grew up in New England, we call these ice cube trays because on a winter morning, well, that's what would form in them after all. But there's the 396 turbojet in its most powerful form, 375 horsepower. Made this a good straight line car, but gosh, that big block was a lot of weight to put on the nose of an already front heavy car. So you don't go corner carving in this one.
And most of the 69 Camaros that we've been seeing crossing the block today have been customs. And great custom, but it's nice to see one that's as original as this one. You know, this is one of only about 5,000 that were made with this engine combination in 1969.
rally wheels, D80 spoiler package, and note the taillight panel. It comes in black only with the SS package.
Yeah, not uncommon that we see the SS package and the RS package together, but in this case, we just have the SS. So when you swing to the front, what you'll see is the classic SS grille. A little peak right here going back. If this was an RS, the Rally Sport with the SS combination, it'd be flatter with those hideaway headlights.
SS, standing for Super Sport, was the Z27 option, but they gave it a name instead of just using that 3-digit nomenclature.
120,000 takes it to its new home. Stand by for more from Barrett-Jackson. At Barrett-Jackson, when we say cars can fly, it's a euphemism. When we say helicopters can fly, it's a reality. The vendor stalls in the exhibitors area are simply phenomenal. Yeah, we got helicopters. Yeah, we have mattresses. Yeah, we've got garden statuary. We've got art. We've got, you name it, it's out there. A few years ago, we had mausoleums. What else could you ask for? Tickles. Now on stage, lot 1116 is a 2015 Radical RXC 600R race car.
Well, Radical is not just the description, but that is the brand name. Note the Formula One style styling, the big front splitter, the air exits. You could be forgiven if you thought there was a lot of Porsche GT2 in the appearance of this, but the engine is an EcoBoost V6. Again, you have a lot of power. You have a very lightweight machine, very track capable.
Yeah, they make different kinds of Radicals. They make a lot of open-top Radicals that they do single-series racing all over the world. This is the coupe version, you might say. I'm a little intrigued by this because this has air conditioning. I don't see any mounting for license plates or anything, so I'm not sure if this is a street legal or not. It looks awful low. I'm kind of questioning, but I'm also wondering why would you put air conditioning in a pure race car? So I'm not sure what the ultimate purpose of this particular car is. And I know that Radical did build some street legal cars. I just don't think they did it in this edition.
I agree. In fact, when I first laid eyes on it, I thought it was an IMSA LMP3 car, a prototype. Pretty slick. And $74,000 takes it to its new owner. Now, we've talked about it before, and here it is, a 1971 Di Tommaso Pantera Custom.
The Pantera is Alejandro Di Tommaso's third attempt at a series production car. The Mangusta that preceded it was achingly beautiful and a horrible handler at high speeds, lots of front end lift. This car was marketed in America and sold and serviced by Lincoln Mercury dealers.
Imagine that. You could go to Tune-Up Masters and actually get your exotic sports car worked on. But I love the fact that this is the ultimate mix of America and European design and style. Because once again, you've got that American 351 cubic inch engine, the Cleveland engine there. But you also have the fact that this was designed by a company called Ghia in Italy. And the person who actually designed this was a guy named Tom Charta, who is an American. So even on the design side, it's a good blend of America and Italy.
Can't say I care for the aftermarket Foose wheels on this one, much bigger than those originally designed, but where are you going to find Di Tommaso wheels these days? This also has an aftermarket exhaust that's been added, but just the idea that your Lincoln Mercury dealer could service this is really pretty fantastic. Engine cover appears to be locked to keep prying hands like Rick's and mine away. Ah, that's okay. 351 Ford, a Foose steering wheel added and a few other touches. Again, because these cars were built in such low numbers, but the originals are hard to find.
Yeah, there were a lot of concerns about the Mangusta build quality over in Italy, so Ford was very cautious when they had these built and took a big hand in trying to make sure that they were actually done properly. It's pretty brutish. I mean, that's a big engine sitting right behind your head before the creature comforts were priority. And if you could look inside this engine compartment, it's amazingly simple. There's an engine there, transaxle, not much more.
$180,000. So there was something to attract the folks there. And April Rose is up next.
Hey Bob, I'm with this 1969 Chevy C10. Now it's been lowered 4 inches in the front, 5 in the back, and I love this bright two-tone color of the blue and white. Really pretty US mag wheels with some black details on there. And even the consignor went as far as letting you know everything that has been upgraded on this. And a really cool part, you gotta check this out. The bed was stained blue. I don't think I've ever seen that detailing. Also the fuel filler, this is a great spot because it doesn't mess up any of the lines on the truck itself. Now, this one's powered by a 6.2 LS3, 430 horsepower paired to a 6-speed automatic transmission. And to put all that power to the ground, it has a 12-bolt Positrack rear end. Now take a look inside because it has all the goodies. I love the black leather with the plaid inserts, digital gauges, vintage air. I mean, these square body trucks have been going up in value. So this is going to be really, really neat to watch.
I agree. Thank you, April. Back under the big top on the block is a car we showed you earlier, a 67 Camaro RS SS Custom.
Full roll cage in this one, so it was definitely built to haul. Those big wide tires are almost a foot across, so something evil lurks within.
About 500 horsepower underneath that hood, 6-speed manual transmission. I love the build of this. You know, everybody loves the 1969 Camaros. They come across the block, beautifully done. But I love the simplicity of the original 1967 design, like the ghost stripes that they put on here. And check out that interior. Boy, it's just done to a very nice degree. I love all the modern gauges, and as Mike pointed out, it's got a nice roll cage in there as well.
Detroit Speed mini tubs, and you see the vent windows here. That's how you tell it's a 67, because the 68 didn't have them. They had Astro ventilation on the 68s, no vent windows.
And $120,000 has caused a celebration to erupt down in the bidder area. Why not?
Wow. Dave Wise just spoke to this Dodge Hemi-powered Super B, matching numbers cars, meaning it's the engine it was born with. 4-speed manual, Dana 60 rear end, dual Carter AFB 4-barrel carburetors, been displayed at the Quail at Pebble Beach. Lots of invoices of its previous refresh, Wise validation, and the factory broadcast sheet showing how it was built. Look at that original tar top style battery. They have really gone the distance on this one to make it look just the way it was born.
Yeah, it's even got restored dual Carter AFB carburetors. Boy, this thing also has less than 65,000 miles on the odometer. And that color, Y2 yellow. No creative names in the Super B world for Mopar for this particular year. It was all about the Super B logo on the side.
So the Super B was their budget hot rod, much like Plymouth had the Roadrunner. Check out the wheels on this one and the red striped tires. Yep, those are 15 by 7-inch Steelies with the little dog dish base hubcaps.
This car is special. Everything is special. This price is not special, Shane. Needs to be more special.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've seen a lot of cars with factory-style stripes that had been painted, sanded, and then cleared over. Not so here with the Super B, where you can feel the ridge between the paint and the stripes. And that's the way they left the factory, was just like that. So that's just very, very authentic with that treatment.
$162,000. Somebody really wanted that one. Why not? We've got another break coming up. There's that beautiful willow green 57 T-Bird. We'll take a break and return. Back under a dark night sky in Scottsdale, Arizona. Barrett Jackson Collector Car Auction has lit up Westworld of Scottsdale, as we will do tomorrow night as well on Super Saturday. Intensity just keeps building. Don't miss a minute of it on the History Channel and FYI. Here's lot 1119.1, a 2020 Ford Shelby Super Snake.
It's got Shelby's name, and you know what I love about this too is underneath, down below all this, they've got suspension. They call it, I think they called it Penske by Shelby or Shelby by Penske, something like that. So Penske tuned the suspension front and rear. So in addition to, of course, all of the horsepower coming from out from underneath that hood, they've got a great suspension they put onto this as well to be able to go right, left, stop, whatever you want to do.
Forged wheels there, under 2,000 miles on this 2020. Brembo brakes, Shelby Performance Track suspension. MagneRide damping on this. This is the bold edition gloss black with semi-gloss green accents. 20-inch wheels and a dual intake ram air hood.
Love the performance of modern Mustangs. You know, the ability to take something like this and just ramp it up to another level. There's no shortage of aftermarket companies that are doing this type of thing, supplying the parts for this type of thing. You know, and I love the fact that this weekend, Ford is at the 24 Hours of Daytona with their new Mustang GT3. Right back in the thick of racing once again. And once again, the only pony car, the only American sporty car to continue on besides the Corvette, which is another league.
Ford CEO Jim Farley said last week at the preseason launch in Charlotte that they would have Mustangs racing on 6 continents every weekend this year long and continuing to build V8 powered affordable sports cars as long as they're allowed to.
$85,000 takes this one. Yeah, they're racing a GT3 and a GT4 version of the Mustang. Ford is all in on racing. Now the next car up is one that April showed us earlier, a 2023 Corvette Z06.
Well, the Z06, the higher performance version of the Corvette that began the C8. This has a 670 horsepower V8, hypersonic gray with the yellow stripes, as are the Corvette factory race cars. In IMSA, GT2 bucket seat interior, and 3LZ is the code for the top of the line trim package. So everything you could ask for, and the odometer reads 27.
And I love it, big bold letters on the windshield. It says factory warranty. And you think about that. I mean, you've got an exotic supercar that still has its factory warranty. It's absolutely wonderful in this regard. I love the high revving engine they put in here, this flat plane crank. You know, traditionally in American cars, never had that type of thing. You know, that was reserved for Ferraris, exotics. You know, with this generation of Corvette, they've managed to overcome a lot of the vibration issues. Now it can rev higher.
$155,000 takes that beautifully turned out Corvette Z06 to its new home. Now let's hear from Craig Jackson once again about a car we'll see tomorrow on Super Saturday.
We have a 2017 Ferrari F12 TDF. This is lot number 1386. The name TDF stands for Tour de France, which was a famous endurance race that Ferrari dominated in the 1950s and 60s. Powered by the naturally aspirated 6.3-liter V12 engine that produces 770 horsepower and 520 foot-pounds of torque, this car can accelerate from 0 to 60 in just 2.9 seconds and reach a top speed of 211 miles an hour. This is one of just 799 examples of an F12 Tour de France produced. This is a very rare car. Take this amazing Tour de France home.
Bound to be one of the stars of the show tomorrow on Super Saturday, so plan to be with us on the History Channel and FYI. We're at $75,000 bid on this Ford Bronco from 1974.
Fuel-injected 302 Phytec injection, C4 automatic, power steering, discs front, drums rear, 12,000-pound winch.
75 grand. All right. This is a 1960 Cadillac. I smile just saying the words. Eldorado Biarritz convertible.
Well, note that it is not badged as a Cadillac. It says Eldorado on the fenders and Biarritz in the back. The front end, pretty much the same as 1959. Things changed a lot in the back. The fins were just as high, but the tail lights were lowered to give it kind of a lower appearance. And the Eldorado Biarritz, two-door convertible, seating for 5, a solid top boot, and luxury, lots of stainless trim not found on other Cadillacs. And yes, luxury abounds.
Luxury and length. I mean, this is probably 225 inches from stem to stern. It is a massive piece of iron and machinery, and once again with those huge fins that were, you go back to the fact in 1959 they were massive, and we always think, oh, that was the peak year. And then you look at 1960 and realize, well, they were only slightly subtle in comparison. They built just over 1,000 of these convertibles for Cadillac Biarritz back in 1960.
And again on the back, the badging says Eldorado. It does not say Cadillac, nor do I see the Cadillac crest in evidence here. Well, it is on the hubcaps, as it is on lesser Cadillacs.
And I like how they have done basically what most people do with the grill up front. They've made this rear valance in the back to make it look like the grill would be up front. There's extra money, energy, and effort to make that happen. There's that Cadillac crest that you see right there. That's there. Let's go back up to the front. There you go, on the wheels.
The crest is also in the steering wheel hub in the center of the wheel, but the word Cadillac does not appear. Not even on the sill plates as you open the door. You get a Cadillac crest there instead. So it's the Eldorado Biarritz. Don't call it a Cadillac.
$176,000 takes it. I love it. I just don't have the airplane hangar I need to store it in. Not to mention the $176,000. Once again, here's Tyler.
Well, clearly the modern Mopars, the 2023 last calls, are certainly seen as future collectibles, but I would like to argue this should be one as well. It's a 2022 GT500, which is only made in 3 short production years, less than 15,000 produced compared to the Mopar, the Hellcats, almost 10 years. And these 760 horsepower, 5.2-liter V8, superior dual clutch transmission, and this one, yes, it does have the carbon fiber track pack. So you see that carbon fiber wheel there, and go look up at the window sticker. This one has fewer than 18 miles on it. Total price $112,000, over 100 grand for a Ford Mustang, but the tech and all the options, you can see why. That carbon fiber track pack continues into the back, and every option clicked, including the very rare $10,000 option to have the stripes painted on rather than just be stickers. The key difference here between this and the Mopars, obviously, well, Shelby will come back with the new Mustang after they're finished with the Dark Horse, and it may be bigger and badder than this.
We can only hope. Thanks, Tyler. We're watching lot 1122. Ford Shelby GT500 Heritage Edition from 2022, 125 grand.
In Brittany blue metallic with the $18,000 option of the carbon fiber track pack. MSRP $104,000, but you couldn't find one to buy one unless you come here to Barrett-Jackson.
Well, 760 horsepower, and what's important right now too is it only has 12 miles on the odometer.
Carbon fiber wheels. Wow, what a gorgeous piece.
Yeah, it is that. 128,000 takes it. We've got another break coming up. Come on back. Coming to the end of our 7th hour here in Scottsdale. Welcome back to the glory that is Barrett Jackson, the collector car auction from Westworld of Scottsdale. It is the world's greatest of its kind. Starting to see a few empty parking spaces out here in the West Showcase. But be assured, the best is yet to come on Super Saturday tomorrow. Here's lot 1124, 2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat Wide Body Jailbreak Last Call Edition.
Go Mango, or is it Go Mango? Go Mango, whatever you want to call it. That's the name of this color. Obviously one of the colors that came from the glory days of Dodge when they were building the Charger and the Challenger. And this is an homage to that one. A jailbreak wide body. So once again, this is one you can order with all the options you want. When they talk about wide body, what they're talking about are these fender flares that are mounted onto it. We see the sticker price right here. Base price was $66,000. Out the door, $93,000. Remember, that's because you could load it up with options exactly the way you wanted to.
Now, unlike some of these that have been kept and put away in the wrapper, this one does show a Virginia State inspection sticker on the windshield, so it has been owned and enjoyed at least for a little bit, and I do mean a little. 12 miles on the odometer. That's it.
They probably, that was the 11 miles were 12 miles, probably going down and getting the sticker and coming back.
Down comes the hammer at $102,000 for that Hellcat wide body. Now, if you want to sharpen your bidding skills and maybe win a great prize, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. And right now, April is going to preview one of the cars you'll be predicting the hammer price of.
That's right. I'm with this 1966 Mustang Custom Fastback, dressed up to look like a Shelby. You got the Shelby front valance right here up above the Shelby hood. Of course, there's some call outs all the way down here on the side saying that GT 350 down there, and of course these non-functional scoops on the side. Now its power comes from a new flat plane crank 5.2 liter Voodoo R engine paired with a Tremec 6-speed manual. Inside you have the leather bucket seats, digital gauges, modern stereo, complete with a roll bar, and this 66 Mustang is all finished off in a blue pearl with Shelby white stripes, and it looks great. You saw it on display if you were at SEMA this past year.
All right, thanks, April. That Mustang will cross the block tomorrow on Super Saturday, so register to play now. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 or over to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for official rules. Who knows, you could walk away with the grand prize, a 2024 Dodge Hornet. Back to the block we go. Hellcat sold in white. Here comes a 69 Chevy C10 custom pickup.
Yeah, this one has an LS3 engine, 430 horsepower coming out of that brand new V8 that they built into this. 12-bolt posit traction rear end. You know, they say the body was stripped all down the way down to bare metal and then repainted, and they appreciate that because, as we've mentioned before, there are so many of these where they're simply replacing the body parts. You know, there's a lot of time and effort that has to go into that, and that's not what they did with this one.
This is a beautiful build, and I'm really glad I'm over here at the chassis cam instead of standing center stage with my bidder pass in hand. There's the LS3, the modern small block Chevrolet engine, automatic transmission. Look how brand new and clean everything is underneath. Wood bed, of course, dual exhaust. What's not to like? Oh my gosh, this is just gorgeous. Now, this is a GM Connect and Cruise engine. It's a computer-controlled modern V8 engine, but it all comes as a kit. All you have to do is bolt it in and apply power. As they say, connect it and cruise. Great program.
Well, I'll tell you what, people out in the audience and the bidders apparently like this. You don't have to raise your hand. They're doing it for you. They've got
It's way past me.
Yeah, well, they've lowered this. They've lowered it 4 inches in the front and 5 inches in the back. So it's just got kind of a little stance where the front end looks just slightly higher than the back. But boy, apparently people like it. You can see $185,000 the current bid.
Dakota Digital. Even the bed wood is stained blue, similar to the exterior. I love these Chevy two-tones. This thing has just the right drop, just the right look, just the right stance. But the price, wow.
$190,000. Will we ever become blasé about these numbers? Wow. Suddenly, the audience is getting pretty raucous. It's like an episode of The Price is Right or something. At Barrett-Jackson, the price is always right. Okay, here's lot 1125.1, a 2014 Dodge Viper GTS.
Well, Justin Bell came across the block earlier, our former colleague and the Le Mans class winner in one of these Dodge Viper GTSs. I think this is when Dodge finally got it right with the Viper, with the double bubble coupe body style, with the roll-up windows, add some comfort and convenience to all of that power.
Well, remember, the very first generation Viper was, pretty crude when you get right down to it. Didn't have any creature comforts. And then slowly but surely they worked their way up. Then they came out with the GTS, which was a coupe version, had that little double bubble that you were talking about. By the time this one came along, we're in the 5th generation of the Viper. And while, yeah, it still had a V10 engine under the hood, 640 horsepower, the reality was just about everything else had been changed. And from a creature comfort perspective, it was much, much better.
Now, this engine was upgraded in 2021. They changed the cylinder heads, the camshaft, and the headers. Only 500 miles since, and less than 7,000 miles total on this 2014.
So they've taken a great car and made it even more spectacular. And once again, you talk about that little double bubble that if you look at on the top of, this is what we're talking about, where it has kind of this style where it goes like this. On the other side, we always, talk about the gurney bump or whatever you want to call it, but it's great styling.
$105,000 takes it away. Remember to look for all of the results of each day's docket and the upcoming day's lineup at barrett-jackson.com, but that's only the beginning of all the information you'll find there about the world's greatest collector car auctions. barrett-jackson.com. Here's lot 1126. It's a 59 Corvette convertible.
A Kevin McKay restoration, and he is one of the world-renowned experts in doing these. This one in frost blue, a 1959. McKay has found and restored quite a number of famous ex-racing Corvettes and also applies his talents to the street versions as well. Just gorgeous. Full wheel covers, wide whites, frost blue with white coves and blue interior. Gorgeous.
Yeah, all day long we've been seeing custom Corvettes from the first generation, the late 50s, early 60s, and some of the mid 60s roll across the block, bringing 6 figures easily. It's nice to see one of these 1959 Corvettes that has been redone and done to a really high standard with that period correct block that they've got in there, the fuel injection. Of course, 1959, some subtle changes. They got rid of the chrome spears that went down the back. So do you call them tusks or do you call them suspenders? I guess it depends upon whether you want to insult it or kind of, add to it. They lost the hood louvers as well, but boy, you look inside this thing and it's just beautiful from the top to bottom, inside and out.
There are certain builders that restore cars to original, and those names are banked. Like Amos Mitter with the Thunderbirds, Kevin McKay with these early Corvettes. Just having that kind of provenance, that's money in the bank. First, it's money to Barrett-Jackson.
$150,000 to be precise. Congratulations to that gentleman. Love those 4 headlight early edition Corvettes. We're working our 8th of 9 hours. Your workday's over, ours continues, but this is a labor of love. This is Barrett Jackson, now on the block. Car that Tyler showed us earlier, 2022 Ford Shelby GT500.
Big splitter in the front, optional carbon fiber wheels. First application on a series production car of carbon fiber wheels. We're going to see more of those as we go forward. They weren't cheap. They were part of the carbon fiber track pack at $18,500.
Well, on the windshield, it says 18 miles, but I just checked the odometer. Technically, it's 19.9. You know, they had to drive around the grounds here just a little bit. You know, when Carroll Shelby was first starting Shelby American and building cars, building Cobras, I don't even think he could have imagined. Here we are all those decades later with cars coming out of his company, even after he's gone, bringing the kind of attention and the kind of money.
$115,000 to be precise for that Shelby GT500. Here's another car coming up. It's lot 1130, 1970 Datsun 240Z. Sold here in the United States, retained by the same owner its entire life until recently. Check it out. Welcome back to Barrett Jackson Scottsdale. Moments ago, this wild 1927 Ford Custom Lakester crossed the block. Where do you start talking about this? A 540 cubic inch Chevy engine with a blower, 6 Stromberg carburetors, on and on and on. $185,000 at the hammer. And we move on now to a 68 Camaro Z28 RS.
Well, Jerry McNish, the in-house Chevrolet expert, was up here talking about what a great car this is. Built in the United States, but then exported to Canada, so they have all of the original records for it.
And the reason for that is General Motors purged all of their early production records at one point. It just became too expensive to keep records on all those cars, and they weren't selling history. They were selling brand new cars. The only exceptions, GM of Canada and Pontiac Motor Division preserved their records, and thank you for doing that. So note the stripes here. If the stripe ends at the spoiler, that's factory. If there's stripe down on the trunk lid below the spoiler, it means the spoiler was painted separately and added after the car. It got its stripes on the assembly line. Another Mark Young car out of the Pacific Northwest, certified by Jerry McNish. Sold in Montreal in the fall of 1967.
Got a nice rebuild. They've taken an 030 over, you know, just slightly cleaned up the cylinder sleeves.
$80,000 takes it to an internet bidder, it would appear. There's the sold sticker to prove it. So we'll roll on to item 1128.1, a 69 Camaro Z28.
Good bit of controversy over what color grille should be in your Camaro. And looking at nastyz28.com and other sources, you got a silver grille unless your car was one of a couple of certain colors would come with a black grille, but a lot of them have been replaced with black over the years.
Well, and the other thing is, just because there was a plan at the factory doesn't mean the plan was always followed. More than a few times, we've seen pictures of cars that rolled off the factory floor, and you're like, well, wait a minute. That's not the way it was supposed to happen. So, yes, there's certain colors that were supposed to have it. Is it possible a random non-black grille was put into a random car that shouldn't have had it? Absolutely. I mean, earlier today, we saw a mistake car go across the block, right? One that had a color that was not supposed to be sold with a specific interior. So all kinds of crazy things can happen.
But this has its original 302 cubic inch DZ engine rated at 290 horsepower, actually put out more. And this had the M20 wide ratio 4-speed transmission. Full console, matching numbers cars, meaning the number stamped on the engine matches the serial number, and away it goes.
$107,000 is the number at the Hammer. One of those gentlemen has a new car, a new old car, a great car. We'll be back. Oh, this is so much fun. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson under the big top in Scottsdale. This is lot 1129.1, 1970 Mach 1 428 Super Cobra Jet drag pack.
And this one has the 3 S's, the shaker hood, the spoilers, and the slats. Now, of particular interest is the rear spoiler on this car, because the way it is mounted to the deck here, look at how it's angled this way. It looks to me like it might create lift instead of downforce. So you kind of have to rechange the angle on those brackets, get that thing so it's putting that rear end back down to the ground where it belongs.
Well, $80,000 takes it. That didn't take long. Shall have fun with that. And now we'll check out a car we previewed for you a little bit earlier. A 1970 Datsun 240Z.
The hood comes up and we'll see the beautiful straight 6 with the SU licensed to Hitachi carbs. My son Scott's looking over this. He has a 72 and it's in that 112 yellow lime color, and you can hear a whole lot more about it and our other cars on Scott's and my new YouTube channel, and it's called Joy Riding. That's 2 words. And we talk about cars and about what 2 enthusiasts born 50 years apart think are similar and different. And the Datsun 240Z is one of our favorites.
Well, and what's special about this one is it's a survivor. I mean, any Z240Z is special on its own, but this one has just 15,000 miles. If you start looking closely, like when that hood was open, yeah, the engine compartment is a little bit dirty. You'll start looking at some of the bright work. But to be honest with you, it doesn't look bad, all things considered.
Scott just pointed out to me, I hadn't noticed, this is a Series 1. Note the air exits here in the hatchback. Only the Series 1 had those. They had to be relocated over here because they were catching exhaust fumes. The D hubcaps here on the 14-inch steel wheels are pretty rare. So a Series 1Z, and I was looking at that cam cover to see if, in fact, and I can't get the hood open, sorry, it had the 2,400 cc's that would make that cover worth about, $800 instead of $40, should you put it on YouTube. And I'm stymied here, sorry.
This
there
has
it
not
goes.
been...
And there, yeah, I should let Scott do it. There it is. Nissan OHC on the later covers, 2,400 of those. That covers a good $800 on YouTube. And this is a very legitimate, very nicely done Series 1 with just 15,000 miles on the clock.
Yeah, this hasn't even been registered to be on the road since 1982.
I saw, that's an incredible bargain right there.
$23,000, you bet it is. I really like those Z cars. And we'll move on to lot 1130.1, a 1970 K5 Chevy Blazer Custom.
Well, once again, C10s or K5 Blazers, either way, this is exactly what everybody seems to be wanting this year. This body style. It goes from 1967 to 1972. And as we've talked about, you know, the Bronco was the first SUV, if you want to call it, to come on the market. But when the Blazer hit using the truck chassis, it just rung all the right bells. And this one, it's custom. I mean, it's got that 6.2-liter LS3 engine. You know, it's got the big transfer case underneath, 31-inch Goodyear Wrangler Duratrac tires, 2.5-inch lift.
The interior's upgraded as well. Look at that, not houndstooth, but black and white plaid upholstery. 4-wheel drive with a low range. The removable, not easy, but it can be removed, fiberglass roof. And a little bit of imitation wood grain down there on the tailgate.
You know, I mentioned how expensive it is getting to find the donor cars these days. You know what also is expensive to find? These seats in here. If you can find original seats, those are getting a couple $1,000s a piece. So it's not just the bodies themselves. Some of the interior parts that you use to restore these are also commanding big money these days. But as I said, I mean, the reproduction parts, you can get almost an entire body for $15,000.
$122,000 takes this one. Congratulations to the new owner. And we're going to revisit with Tyler.
Lady wants to say hello. Here she comes. That's the coolest part of this 2014 Rolls-Royce Wraith. With the Spirit of Ecstasy, you can play peekaboo with people in traffic with a switch inside. But these are absolutely incredible, opulent vehicles. Twin-turbo V12 with over 600 horsepower. Now, this one's been slightly modified. It was all black originally. They just wrapped it in satin white, which I think looks fantastic. Sort of gives it a classic throwback style. Aftermarket wheels as well. But then you go inside, and here's the other party trick of the Wraith. This one was optioned with the Starlight headliner. So in the staging lanes, we have the 10 above us. I can't see the stars, but inside the Rolls-Royce, I certainly can. And this one's been driven and enjoyed. It has 64,000 miles on it. So props to the previous owner. We'll see what it brings when it crosses the block.
Now that will be interesting. Gonna need a little fluff and buff though before it gets there. Looked a little dusty on the hood. Pardon me, the bonnet. Here's lot 1131, 1971 Chevy C10 Custom.
Well, it's been the parade of C10s today, and there's something about this body style that it just seems to be ringing with everybody. And part of it is the nice, clean body style, you know, compared to some of the earlier things that you would have seen coming across. But also even in terms of what's happened later. So whether it's the body style itself or the way they've been customized, they're doing them right.
$107,000 for that K10 Custom. And it rolls away. Nice color combination. I like that green over white. So here's 1131.1. Your eyes do not deceive you. It's a 72 GMC K10 Custom pickup.
Well, this one also a 1500, but with Sierra Grande badging, so the deluxe interior in this one. There's the formerly Corvette engine, an LS 5.3 V8, 4-speed automatic. Transfer case, 6-lug axles. And I like what they've done here. They have put in LS 5.3. That's not an original GM badge, but it replicates the one that this truck would have been born with. Gold over white. I love these GM two-tones. And this one, boy, just done to a gorgeous standard. Plaid interior in brown and gold. Bed liner. This is, look at those big alloy wheels. This is just a really pretty, all but brand new truck.
I think you're going to have to say this is better than brand new. And when you look at the modern engine under the hood, what they've done. And when you were talking about those six-lug wheels, look at this. This is what we're talking about. You know, the old joke is you don't want to get, hit a car that has more lug nuts than you. You look at them right there. It's kind of got a beadlock style wheel, but nice custom look.
$105,000 gets it. I was watching that mature lady. Whenever the bidder assistant asked if she wanted to raise her bid, she'd shrug and smile and did it. But she lost out to an internet bidder, as you saw. We've got another break coming up. We are at the bottom of our 8th hour. Long way to go still, and plenty of dream rides still to find new homes. Stay with us. Cup presented by Castrol, is back. Last Saturday, nearly 50 vehicles paraded across the auction block to showcase the talent and craftsmanship of custom car and truck builders from across the country. Judges have narrowed this amazing collection of vehicles down to 5 finalists, from which the Barrett-Jackson Cup winner will be chosen during our live Super Saturday coverage tomorrow here on FYI. And here are the 5 finalists. First up, a 1968 Ford Mustang nicknamed Rampant. We also have a 1960 Buick Invicta Custom, a 1967 Chevy C10 Custom, a 1927 Ford Roadster, and finally, a 1959 Chevy Impala Custom. Good luck to all of the finalists. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson block. Here's what the last 3 cars across the block did. A note on the left, 84 Chevy K10 custom pickup truck went for $177,000. On the block right now, another pick-em-up truck, a 2023 Ram 1500 TRX Havoc.
Well, TRX is the performance letters that are important. Havoc is really more of an appearance package. With the Havoc package, you've got this yellow color. Much like I think they had called it the Ignite package the year before, which was mostly orange. So this was really an appearance package, but it was a lot of fun.
Was it meant to wreak havoc or overcome it? Well, the new owner can decide.
And he's paying $105,000 for that opportunity. Congratulations to him. Do like that color. Here's lot 1133.1, a 63 Corvette custom convertible.
With the contrasting Stinger on the hood, you'd expect a big block underneath, but instead we have an LS3 crate engine with 450 horsepower and a 4-speed automatic behind it. This has a much more modern suspension, independent suspension, than it was born with. Here in red over red, resale red.
Well, you think about it, if you had that big block under the hood, you'd only have about 435 horsepower. With this, slightly smaller, but you're pumping out more horsepower. You're pumping up 450, so you're gaining a little bit in the hole.
Authentic looking side pipes. These are the actual exhaust pipes. This is actually a heat shield with the slots in it to dissipate heat from that exhaust so you don't burn your shins and ankles getting in and out.
Yeah, I think the option back then would cost you a whopping $130, $131, something like that for the side pipes. But it was a great appearance package. It was a lot of fun.
Now, I'm a little confused because this is said to be a 1963, but the body is a 67 with the rectangular backup light, with the 4 gills in the front fenders, and the Stinger hood. It presents as a 67, titled as a 63.
And that's exactly what he's talking about as part of the custom package. The consignor's making it clear, I'm using some 1967 parts to add to a 63 to change things around.
Headrests added as well. They were an option in 67, but they weren't standard on any mid-year or Stingray Corvette.
$130,000 at the hammer. Now we'll go out to April Rose.
I am falling in love. 1970 Boss 302. Of course, you got the stripes coming up across the fenders and down the front. They actually have this reflective coating in it, which you can see really well at nighttime from far away. They just stick out and gleam. They look really, really cool on the road. Now, this Boss is the love of Mustangs enthusiasts because it was built to handle great on the track. And that's why it has the lighter 302 V8, which is matching numbers with a 4-speed manual. Now, take a look inside. Okay, this car is super rare with that ginger color interior and wood accents all around. Now, of course, it's got the sweet shaker hood, chin spoiler, rear louvers, or you could call them slats. It's rolling on Magnum 500 wheels, finished in competition yellow, and comes with the original build sheet and, of course, full deluxe Marty report, so you know exactly what you're getting. Bob?
Well said, April. Thank you. Temperature's dropping out there, so stay warm. Here's lot 1133.2, a 2023 Cadillac CT5V Blackwing.
Well, this is Cadillac's answer to the BMW M5 right here. This one with a whole lot of added carbon fiber trim to it and just tremendous performance capability. 6.2-liter supercharged V8, 10-speed automatic, 3,000 miles.
And $97,000. Apologies. Fist bump. Yeah, we knew we had it. Sold sticker goes on. They sign the paper, and yes, they do have it. Away goes the Blackwing. Here comes yet another pickup truck, a 67 K10 Custom.
Yeah, it really just depends whether you want a C or a K. You don't want a two-wheel drive, you want a four-wheel drive. In this case, it's four-wheel drive with a new crate 327 cubic inch engine under the hood. Made it up to a 4-speed manual transmission, got positive traction, dual exhaust. They managed to put in some factory air conditioning, power disc brakes. They've really done it up right to make it a nice, solid driver.
Underneath, a 4-inch lift kit, Rancho shock, 17-inch raceline wheels with bead locks. Keep those wheels from spinning on the rims, and 35-inch TIS tires. This is a factory blue, and the Chevy Sport Truck emblem there, factory blue and white, another gorgeous two-tone.
It's funny, for all the 67 through 72 pickup trucks today, we haven't seen any early 1960 pickup trucks. Earlier in the day, we did see some 1950s era pickup trucks, but boy, these C10s just rule the world right now.
I like that blue plaid upholstery to go along with the two-tone theme. What a gorgeous truck.
And it's interesting because they're pointing out they've got some of the originality of it. They got the original Protecto plate, they got the SPID sheet. So they're talking about what they originally came with, even though they've modified it. So I kind of love the fact that they're still touching their history.
$97,000 takes it. Thought it might tip to six-figure territory, but it did not. Still, big number for a really nice truck. Now, we're talking. Lot 1134.1 is a 66 Cadillac DeVille Custom Convertible.
Wow, what a parade float. A 2-year build with a modern fuel-injected 6-liter LS V8 and a 4-speed automatic, power brakes, new 20-inch polished isotope custom wheels. My goodness, those are huge. But you know what? With the Cadillac crest there in the center of the wheel, wears it very, very well.
There you go, a chance to look at that engine under the hood. And I like what they've done with that, where they put the Cadillac crest on the LS engine. They put the Cadillac valve covers on. Very nicely done all in terms of that. The styling, this is the last year for these vertical headlights in the 1966. 1967, they would go to just a slight angle, kind of canted, just slightly moving forward a little bit.
We're now all familiar with keys on the steering column for steering column locks, but there, the ignition switch is right in the dash, just alongside the radio. Before 1968, when the feds mandated steering column ignition interlocks as an anti-theft device.
Take a look at the crest here on the back of the Cadillac. This is the old style, and you can see once again the merlots. Is that what they're called?
Merlettes.
Merlettes.
In heraldry.
That's exactly right. The little birds, and that's where they get the name for the Blackbird. But if you look at a modern crest, none of that exists. Now it's just the color bars. It's interesting to look at how the Cadillac crest has evolved over time.
The Cadillac crest was created by Antoine de la Mothe de Cadillac, who came to the United States from France and founded the city of Detroit. In a trick that would never work now, he came to America on the lam. He was wanted by French authorities. He was a criminal. But by the time the boat docked, he had reinvented himself as a French nobleman with a coat of arms, the whole 9 yards, and he founded the city of Detroit, and he's got a car company named for him.
$61,000 takes the Cadillac. Great story, Mike. And there's a lesson in there for us somewhere.
You know, at the Biltmore Estate in Asheville, North Carolina, which you can come and tour. It's a beautiful, it's a castle in Asheville and part of the Vanderbilt family. And going up to the 3rd floor, there are framed pictures of all these family coats of arms, and I go, hey, wait a minute, that's Cadillac. I wish I'd taken a picture, because it was the Cadillac crest on a woodcut done in the 1850s and printed. Just very, very cool. Way predates cars. What the heck?
Very cool. You saw the Barrett-Jackson.com logo? Trust me, go there. Enjoy. Lot 1135 is a 1970 Chevelle SS 396.
Well, they made more than 600,000 Chevelles in 1970. About half of them were two-door coupes. So there's no shortage of these around. And this one is said to be an SS 396, unlike so many of the customs that we're seeing rolling across the block all day long.
This is another car from the Brian Frank collection. 97,000 and counting.
Bucket seat console automatic, 425 horsepower from this 396 and a 373 12-bolt Potts traction rear end. Cranberry is the factory color here. Cowl induction hood. Rally wheels.
Goes to 98,000. A team effort. And notice the lady sitting there. She's got her catalog. She's making notes. She knows what she came here for, and she did her research and got it. Now here's a car coming up in a bit. A 1969 Shelby GT 350. Interesting paint combination. 351 Windsor engine with a rebuilt 4-valve carburetor. Check it out. Welcome back. Under the big tents that make up a part of the exhibition and storage area for the world's greatest collector car auction, Barrett-Jackson, Scottsdale. Coming to the end of our latest program, we have another hour still to come here on FYI. Right now, the hammer drops on this Bel Air custom convertible, $85,000.
Bob, I got to tell you, up close, that is an amazing car. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, if I could get up close to it, I could see that, but that's okay. Okay, here comes a Ford Custom Roadster from 1937.
Well, our good friend Steve Magnante would be a little annoyed, but under the hood of this 1937 Ford Custom Roadster is a Corvette LS1 engine with a water-cooled supercharger, modified heads, cranking out 395 horsepower. It's all mated to a 6-speed transmission. Gotta love this particular body style, and I love the fact that they've got the rumble seat in the back right here. I mean, you know, rumble seats, the reality was there was a lot of rumble involved. They weren't exactly particularly comfortable, and most of the time, back in the old days especially, you would exhaust coming up here and kind of gagging you as you went along. But you had 2 steps, so it's reminiscent to the way they would have been done back in the original day.
Well, let's see how it looks on our chassis cam. Is it as pristine underneath as it is above? And the answer is yes. Little bluing on the exhaust pipes there to show that this thing has been driven and run and at least broken in. But what a beautiful build.
And just to touch you a little whimsy here, look at this. On the dashboard, when you come inside, no glove compartment, but they've called it Old Blue, B-L-O-O. And I love how they've got that picture of, it looks like a car that'd be hanging out, you know, derelict in a yard somewhere.
Well, this baby is anything but, and $55,000 sends it to its new home. Now let's go to Tyler.
Well, here is a beautiful Gulfstream Aqua 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1 with the legendary 428 Cobra Jet. And if you're wondering What's the difference between a 428 Cobra Jet and, say, a Boss 429? Well, it's a lot. It's a whole different family of engines. The 429 was a homologation racing special. The 428, more of a normal civilian use. Still a potent engine, but the horsepower difference, about 40 horsepower, thanks to trick heads with the Boss 9. The 428, though, still very potent, 335 horsepower. You see that beautiful color, the Mach 1 striping going all the way down the side. And this one's been given a beautiful rotisserie restoration. Now come back to the window. It actually has a copy of the original window sticker here with almost $1,000 in options. That 428, $357. Automatic and traction lock, differential, another big option, bringing it up to a little over $4,000 when new. It's safe to say we're going to see a lot more than that when it crosses the block.
Love hearing those numbers. Lot 1137.1 is a 57 Corvette custom convertible.
Well, it's a resto mod. It's got a Corvette engine swap, some big quad exhaust pipes sticking out the back. I'm still trying to figure out, Rick Wyatt's wearing those Cobra wine glass alloy wheels with center locks.
It's a custom. You can do whatever you want with the custom. Somebody happened to like those, and that was the build. For example, this black. This black, back in 1957, was the most popular color. Onyx Black was the official name. Not sure if this is Onyx Black, but they've decided to make it so it's just as popular now as it was then.
That's $115,000 at the Hammer. And with that, we'll move on to another Rolls, a 2014 Rolls-Royce Wraith.
They say there's something for everybody at Barrett-Jackson. I am perplexed by this car. I think the stainless steel Rolls-Royce grille and mascot is iconic, and here it's been blacked out. Rolls-Royce paintwork, the gloss, the depth of the paint is superb, and here it's been done in a pearl white matte finish. You know what oxymoron means? It's two things that just don't go together, and I'm sorry, but I don't get this.
So what you're saying is the person who owned a first-generation Wraith back in 1938-39 probably wouldn't approve of the way that this has been done.
Pass the Grey Poupon.
It's a purist. But, you know, this is the modern generation of Rolls-Royce. And, you know, for so long they were just big and boxy and clunky. And, you know, everybody else seemed to be moving forward. And Rolls-Royce was stuck. Yeah, they had their traditional buyers, but at the same time, they didn't have any style. And now they've made it a little bit sleeker and more powerful. 624 horsepower.
These big Forgiato wheels have wheel centers that are weighted, so they always read right side up. Look at the size of these wheels. This thing looks like a Pratt & Whitney turbofan jet engine. All I can say is good grief.
By the way, they're calling this color, look familiar? Got a piano? Piano black for the piano keys. So you think about it, it's got a little piano theme going here.
Well spotted, Rick.
Well, I'm glad they did that, so no belugas were harmed in the making of this paint job.
Remember the phrase, Mike, it's done to a taste. It may not be everybody's taste. $95,000 takes it.
You know what they say, Bob? I'll bring the wine, you cut the cheese.
I've never said that, but okay. Okay, we're having big fun now. Stay with us through our last hour. Coming up shortly, here's lot 1138, a 66 E-Type Series 1 Roadster. Hold that thought. We'll see you on the other side. What a Friday it's been here at Barrett-Jackson, but we are not done just yet. Plenty more electrifying vehicles are still headed your way on Friday night here at Barrett-Jackson. Welcome to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Across the world-famous Barrett-Jackson auction block, we're seeing some of the finest cars through automotive history, one at a time, delighting the fans, and each one finding a new home because Barrett-Jackson this year at Scottsdale is totally no reserve. At the Hammer, the high bid gets the vehicle. And what vehicles we have seen. I'm Bob Varsha, working with Mike Joy, Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose. And this is a Jaguar E-Type Series 1 Roadster from 1966.
Series 1 with the covered headlights and the toggle switch dash. See all these toggle switches? The feds decided they were dangerous. And in 1968, you couldn't have these. You had to go to rocker switches. I think the toggles were much more fun.
Now think about this. Just a few years earlier, you know, what the Jaguars looked like. They were completely different. I mean, yeah, in racing, they had the D-Type, which was so spectacular. But when this comes out in 1961, it just changes everything from an aerodynamic perspective and from a beauty perspective.
Love the competition wheels. These are Rudge-style wheels. They have a big 3-eared knockoff for quick change at the racetrack. Sharp car.
$83,000. Sharp indeed. Black on black on black. So cool. Okay, what's next? Lot 1138.1, a 99 Ferrari F355 GTS.
The mid-engine V8 Ferrari, and one of the most beautiful, traditionally styled cars to come out of Modena. This came in 3 body styles, the GTB Berlinetta, the Spider convertible. I think this is the one you want, the GTS with the removable lift-off Targa-style center roof panel. Usually, these were in a black pebble grain, but you could order them in body color so that the car looked like a coupe. The V8 engine sits there, transaxle, beautiful, beautiful car, mainly suited for drivers under 6 feet tall, however.
This is the car that replaced the 348. They had a run from like 1995 to 1999. Moderately successful. They built about 11,000 of them. Of course, you know, it was a different era in terms of Ferrari. They were trying to move out of that earlier hand-built slow process to a more manufactured side.
This has the 355 Challenge grille instead of a flat panel for better cooling, and the F1 indicates it has the semi-automatic paddle shift transmission. First appearance of such. Now all Ferraris have them.
And it sells at $100,000. That is value. Now we go back to April.
Hey, Bob, here's a car that's going to sell tomorrow. Now, this is where it all started for Corvette. 1953, first year for the Corvette. And you might be looking at these headlights wondering what these grates are. Now, back in the day, when you were on the racetrack, they weren't all paved. So rocks would come up, fly in here, and crack these headlights. Now they have grates, so you don't have that happening anymore. You got stainless steel gleaming along the side, and that beautiful Corvette script all the way down this fiberglass body. And of course, the 50s were all about the jet age. So you have these shaped just like that rocket. Exhaust coming out the back. And they even put glass over here to complete the aerodynamics. Just a really, really cool car. Now, this is number 87 of only 300 that were built. And they were all polo white because Chevy was new with making these fiberglass bodies, and white paint hides flaws the best. Now, it's got a 235, 150 horse straight 6, 2-speed automatic. It's won so many top flight awards from NCRS. And man, this is one piece of American history. I feel like there should be velvet ropes all the way around. Back up, don't touch. This is American history right here, Bob.
That it is, including the story that movie star John Wayne bought one of those Corvettes right off the floor at the auto show. Here is a 69 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 RS.
Here's Jerry McNish.
And as some of you may know, Roger unfortunately was killed in an automobile accident with Paul Walker, the movie star. Died in a horrific accident. This car, Roger brought me out there to certify it and verify that it was a numbers matching car. This is a real Z28, original engine, trans, and rear. It's an original born with Valley Sport. It's Hugger Orange. It's one of the best of the best. So let's get this to a good home in memory of Roger Rodas.
Jerry McNish, Camaro expert. And again, you see the stamps and lettering on the firewall. That was done by assembly line workers because at the shift change, you know, the workers coming in wanted to know what work had been completed, and that's why those stamps are there. 302 cubic inch, there's the original Smog equipment. Just the way this was born with the Halo vinyl top. Kind of rare on Z28, common on Camaros though.
Now the consignor is saying that this is the unrestored interior. The interior that's in this car right now has not been restored in 55 years. And to be honest with you, it looks almost new. I'm not sure how they managed to pull that off, but if this is indeed the original interior, it looks absolutely wonderful.
Camaros were built in Norwood, Ohio and Van Nuys, California, and each plant had their own little different idiosyncrasies.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mr. Jerry McNish just told you to verify.
But what a beautiful car in Chevy's signature color for that year, Hugger Orange. The backup lights were optional. And the spoiler was painted on the assembly line on the car because you see the paint does not extend to the part of the trunk lid just below the spoiler.
One bidder assistant working 2 clients. One client drops out, the other client gets the car. $122,000. Nice. Now here comes lot 1139.1, a 1969 Buick Grand Sport 400.
Steve Davis talking about Brian Frank, who restored this part of his 3-generation family restoration business. This is also a stage 1, 400 cubic inch 4-barrel, matching numbers drivetrain, frame off rotisserie restoration. Only 3 Grand Sports were special ordered in fire glow orange with the pearl white interior.
Yeah, they point out this wasn't available earlier in the year. So what happened was, this was because of a late ad, not very many of these were made. Because, you know, it was not uncommon for factories to change things during the course of the year. Maybe a paint wasn't available. It was going to be available the next year. So for whatever reason, this particular color was not available through most of the year. Now, when this thing was built, suddenly it was. And 3 people said, yes, I'll take it.
The GS stands for Grand Sport. Chevy used Grand Sport on their Stingrays, the race cars, in 1963, but not in production cars. So the name was available for Buick. They used it, and here it goes.
$65,000 sends it to that gentleman. I'd say that's a good buy. Up next is a car April Rose showed us earlier, the 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302.
Well, this is the car that won the Trans Am Championship that year as raced by Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer. The race cars did not have the shaker hood. They did have the spoilers and the slats, however. 302 with the tunnel port engine, which means you could stick your fist down through the intake ports, and this car had a lot more horsepower on the racetrack than the competing Z28 Camaros, AMC Javelins, Dodge Challengers, AAR Cudas.
Got 2 Bosses available, the Boss 302, and earlier today we saw the counterpart, the Boss 429 with that big 429 cubic inch engine. When it crossed the block, boy, it got big numbers here at Barrett-Jackson. The 302, of course, this was all the product of a guy named Larry Shinoda. Shinoda had come over from Chevrolet, where he had been involved with the mid-year Corvettes. He was lured over to Ford and came up with this concept to, you know, talk about the boss, who the boss was Bunky Knudsen, who was the head of Ford at that time. And once again, we've talked about how they eventually brought the end of the Shelby GT350 and 500. This is the reason.
$85,000 takes the car. We've got another break as we kick off our final hour on Frantic Friday at Scottsdale.
Here, just 32 actual miles on the hill.
Back at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, there is a car that we previewed for you earlier. 1969 Shelby GT350. just went across the block for $80,000. And note lot 1141 at 70 grand, 69 Ford Mustang Mach 1 that Tyler Hoover previewed a few minutes ago. So now we move on to lot 1142 here in our final hour tonight at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. 2022 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat wide body.
Fellow who knows about winning in Dodges, Kurt Busch, NASCAR champ, just strolled by. He's got his eye on a couple he wants to bid on tomorrow. We'll speak with him then. But here we are with yet another Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat wide body. This one in a deep burgundy with kind of a baseball glove looking interior. Great combination. The flat black carbon looking stripes and the spoiler, pretty sinister.
Octane red, demonic black. Inside, it's that red Laguna leather.
$70,000 takes that Hellcat wide body. It's sharp. I like those colors. And we'll move on to lot 1142.1, 2022 Ford Shelby GT 500.
Boy, a lot of these modern collectibles are coming to the Barrett-Jackson auction block today on Friday. A brand new Mustang is just out, but boy, this GT 500 has a 5.2-liter supercharged V8, a Tremec 7-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission, shadow black, ebony leather. Those are Recaro bucket seats, and this one has just 122 actual miles.
And I'm always amazed when you look at the range of what Mustang has been able to appeal to, right? They've got some people who are buying the simple EcoBoost, you know, maybe the most basic vehicle. You know, back in the original days, we called it the secretary's car. It's, you know, it's a fun little car that you could buy and, you know, enjoy and spend, you know, a reasonable amount of money on. Or you can get carried away by the massive GT, the Dark Horse, whatever you want, and then you can send it off to Carroll Shelby and get it, you know, into the GT 500 range. And everybody seems to accept it.
This has the carbon option, the carbon wing, the carbon fiber wheels, which alone are about 10 grand. That's an $18,000 option. And it does sell for well above sticker, Bob.
$135,000, Mike. And speaking of Mike, we talked about our spotlight year of 1971, first year of the Barrett-Jackson auctions here in Scottsdale. Tom Barrett and Russ Jackson, father of Craig Jackson, current company CEO, started a tradition that lives to this day. And our Mike Joy has his own favorite 71 picked out here.
Detroit was still very firmly in the muscle car business in 1971. Don't let anybody tell you that era was over. However, external forces made cars like this quite rare. First, gas prices were going up, and this 426 cubic inch Hemi gulped it at about 8 miles to the gallon. Second, the Hemi option was over $1,000, contributing nearly 25% to the total cost of this car. But the big hammer came from the insurance companies. They had begun to put surcharges on V8 muscle cars on the order of 200%, and that took a lot of people out of the market. This is a very highly optioned car, and it's a beauty. But as a result of those forces, only 107 Hemi Cuda coupes and 7 convertibles were built for 1971, making it a very rare piece then and now.
And we'll see that car and a whole lot more tomorrow on Super Saturday at Barrett-Jackson. And speaking of Hemis, we're looking at a 66 Dodge Hemi Charger. Mike?
Boy, I remember the Charger show car at the New York World's Fair, and it came to market looking just like this, but only 250 of them in 1966 got the big 426 Hemi like this one.
Yeah, and this one has been Dave Weiss certified. You know, he's the Mopar expert around here, and he comes through and figures out whether this is legitimately what it's supposed to be. It does indeed have his name. You know, you look at this fastback style, and you look how the Charger changed over the course of the next few years, you know, and evolved away from this, you know, long fastback style. In a way, this kind of reminds me of the AMC Marlin back in its day.
$77,000 takes it to that gentleman. Up in the luxury boxes. Once again, here's Tyler.
On Super Saturday, we have an original Gullwing selling, but the legend was reborn in 2010 with this also selling tomorrow, a 2012 example of an SLS AMG. Now, this was the first car AMG got to design and engineer from the ground up, and they did it as a tribute to the original, hence the Gullwing doors. And you go inside, and it is absolutely beautiful. This one has the Designo soft black leather. You can see the paddle shift on the steering wheel for the dual clutch transmission, which is mounted in the back. So in the front is the engine, but it's technically a mid-engine because you can see it's sitting behind the front wheels. 563 horsepower out of a naturally aspirated V8, and the nose goes so much further out. So they put the dry sump oil tank right here, the air intakes, all of the cooling, just to give it the proportions somewhat of the original. What a beautiful car.
Beautiful indeed, and yet another model that we will see tomorrow on Super Saturday. Now here's everybody's favorite, the 1954 Kaiser Darren Roadster. Hammered away at $80,000. Made of fiberglass, doors that retract into the front bodywork. Real vision that almost wasn't produced. There it is. Now we move on to lot 1144s, the 71 Mustang Mach 1 429 Cobra Jet.
Okay, is bigger better? Because that's what was happening in 1971. Slowly but surely, they were taking the Mustang and getting it bigger and bigger and bigger. I think it was still running on the 109-inch wheelbase, but everything about it just got longer and longer and longer. And of course, you know, we were nearing the end because at this point they were beginning to throttle things. I mean, yeah, it's a Mach 1, but it's got a different styling compared to the 1970, which, you know, the 1969 and 70 are very similar. This is a much boxier look with that honeycomb rear fascia right there. You know, once again, so often we think bigger, 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 but when you're talking about the Mustang was bigger. And ironically, I mean, here we are in 1971. Just a couple years later, 1974 would roll around and the Mustang 2 would arrive, which meant that when this was on the showroom floors, the engineers were already and the designers were already working on a radically different Mustang that would have nothing in common with this car whatsoever.
$72,000 takes it. That gentleman remembers them when they were new. Now our Mike Joy is going to address the crowd. No extra charge.
Thank you, Steve. How about this? You could not buy this from a Ford showroom. It doesn't have a VIN. You had to buy this out of the parts department because in 2018, Ford built 50 of these or 68 of these Cobra Jets to celebrate the ones they built in 1968. They're not street legal. And Alan Boyd bought a Ford dealership to add to the Crossroads Ford name. This was in the showroom. It had been delivered to the dealership. It had been driven around the lot several times, put in the showroom and on display. I can't promise you it's the only one of these left new in the wrapper, but I can promise you that whoever buys it will be the first to take it down the quarter mile.
All right, here we go. Well, it's funny when Mike was saying, you know, that they were taking it around the parking lot. I have to think, well, they might not have gone a full quarter mile. There's a good chance whoever did it around the parking lot was doing it, you know, as fast as they possibly could. But the point, you know, Mike made is true. You know, if you look on the car card right here, it makes it really clear. This is not street legal. This does not have a VIN where you can drive it around and get it licensed. This was built for one thing and one thing only, and that was racing. You look inside. It's very Spartan. This does not have the traditional Mustang interior. It's got racing seats in the back. There's no seat back there. Just a massive roll bar.
Big ET slicks on the back and a full roll cage. Yes, this is a single-purpose machine. and sadly not street legal. No, not even with a dealer plate, because you couldn't read the dealer plate with the drag chute installed. The NHRA did come to the dealership and inspect this car and approve it for competition, but it's never been to the drag strip.
And you gotta love a wheelie bar. I mean, look at that thing right there. You know, you're accelerating out, but you don't want to pop it too much. I also love the fun graphics. You know, it's very, 1960s style lettering right there with that beautiful Cobra going all the way to the front wheel.
82, 85, 82, 85. He was waiting. Hold on, you just bought you about an $80,000 car. Don't get it back. I got you. I got 81. Anybody want to do? So, $81,000.
81,000 after some minor adjustments, takes the car to its new home, and we can only wonder what that gentleman will do with it. Stand by for more from Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. This is how close folks can get to these fabulous cars at each and every Barrett-Jackson auction. And you don't need to break the bank to do it. For a very reasonable general admission, you get the run of the place. We just ask that you respect the cars and the owners and the process as they all cross the Barrett-Jackson block to find new homes. This is lot 1146 of 56 Ford Thunderbird convertible, and we are at $135,000, Rick.
Strong money. I mean, it's a good restoration. The color is special, though. Sunset coral on a 1956 with that beautiful Continental kit out the back.
Well, Amos Minter did the restoration, and that's why this one brings the money.
135 large. That's quite something. And I think that winning bidder may have been bidding on behalf of someone else on the other end of that phone call. We see it often here at Barrett-Jackson. Now here comes another drag machine. It's a 2022 Chevy Copo Camaro.
Well, you saw what Ford did with the Cobra Jet. Chevy's response was this, the COPO, which stands for Central Office Production Order. You had to go straight to Chevrolet to get something that wasn't part of the regular production options available through your local dealer. And one of those COPOs was this limited production drag car.
Yeah, 727 horsepower. So, and they made, I think, a total of less than 700 Copos from the time they restarted it, which was back around 2011, 2012, during the run of these cars. And once again, as we pointed out, this is not street legal. You can't slap a license plate on this and drive around. It's designed and built for only one purpose, and that's to go racing. And as you pointed out, a quarter mile at a time. You could try turning right and left, but that's not really what this was designed for.
So the NHRA requires a full roll cage in cars of a certain speed capability, and we see that installed here. A main hoop, forward hoops, door bars, down hoops in the back, big Hoosier slicks, wheelie bars, provisions for a drag chute. It's all here.
About the car, how we got it, what's the story, what's behind it. But you're buying it from one of the top guys in the world, in the car industry. Don't miss your opportunity right now.
Well, just a moment ago, we saw how Ford handled the wheelie bars in the back, and I just want to, contrast and compare how Chevy's doing it. So Ford has the single wheelie bar. Chevy has two. You notice the shock absorbers because you don't want to just hit it and move on, so you're going to release some of that stress when you do hit it. But instead of having just the one wheelie bar, we've got two.
See the mount for the drag chute here and the cable release for it. And there's a shut-off switch as required by rules.
Wow, we got all the way to $100,000 for a car you cannot drive legally on the street. Let's go back to April Rose now.
We got another Copo here, 1969 Chevelle Copo, 427, finished in a beautiful Fathom green. Very nice restoration, shows really well under the salon lights here. Now this car is going across tomorrow on a Super Saturday, and it is super rare. One of 323 built. Now it's got that 427, 425 horse V8, which of course you just learned from Mike Joy and Rick DeBurro that you had a special order. That's the central office purchase order. 4-speed Muncie transmission, comes with its build sheet, and inside has parchment seats that have a really pretty sheen to them. No AC, radio delete. This was built to go straight and fast. Bob, I don't know if I'm allowed to say pretty, but it does have a pretty sheen. This is true American muscle, but hey, it's pretty too.
Hey, April, if you think it's pretty, that's all that matters. I think it is too, but it's neither here nor there. $65,000, the hammer price on this Chevy Camaro. No, I'm sorry. They're still bidding on it. 67 Chevy Camaro SS 396.
Yeah, from one extreme to the other. Just a moment ago, we saw a very modern Copo that came across with a nothing but a drag package. Well, here you're looking at stock from 1967.
$75,000. I didn't miss it by much. Here we go. Oh, now here comes something cool. 1957 DeSoto Adventurer.
Well, this was really the high watermark for DeSoto. This Adventurer, just such a spectacular car on every level, and the Virgil Exner styling that goes on and on, those big quad headlights up front, the way they've designed this. It's just a beautiful car from front to back. You know, I love all the touches that they've got here, the gold up front. And as when you go back, look at these tail fins that go back, and you look at this body colors. I mean, this is stock. This is the way it was coming out of the factory.
Yes, and from the factory, it had a 345 cubic inch V8 Hemi. Pretty impressive, along with the massive fins. If you look at the interior, it looks like they might be trying to preserve the original seats, or at least trying to keep these seats nice because it's plastic covers, sort of like your grandma's couch back in the day.
Now, remember, when we look at these fins, okay, this is 1957. This is 2 years before Cadillac comes out with what everybody seems to think are the most extreme fins of all time. But I don't think DeSoto and I don't think Chrysler was giving anything away at all. And boy, when you look at this, look on the inside as well. I know we got the granny seat covers, but look at the design of these seats, the style, 3 different fabrics that are used. And check out that big, huge dashboard. Nice all the way around.
$43,000. Is that about body colors? I'd say tan. That lady is empowered. Okay, what do we got now? 1970 Camaro Custom, lot 1148.
Well, this award-winning high-performance one that nicknamed Tour de Force was built by Heath Elner Restorations, Pride Fabrications. Got plenty of Detroit Speed engineering underneath. It's got a full roll cage, nice subframe. That color, once again, gunmetal gray. We've seen just about every variation of gray that we can possibly see today. But I love the look of this one. You know, it's almost a silvery gray with the black accents. Boy, and look at what they've done inside with the roll cage. You've got these big tires in the back. Looks like, I don't think it's been tubbed, but it's pretty darn close to it.
Another car with a full cage, a bespoke dash, and I believe this has probably been tubbed. Much wider wheels and tires than it's been born with. An almost full trunk width carbon fiber stripe, blackout bumpers, and tail light panel. This is a very, very extensive build. I'm not the least bit surprised. We're at 6 figures. The 70 to 73 Camaro, my favorite GM design ever. I'm partial to Z28s, but boy, this looks just great.
Yeah, first year for this second generation, and once again, I often talk about the fact that how the 1967 to 69 have such a great underpinnings in terms of looking forward as opposed to looking backward like the Mustang did building on the Falcon chassis. And then they come out with 1970 and they take it another step forward.
Well, a very European design, and notice there that this is continuous from the roof down to the belt line. There is no step out here for the fender, as you'd see on almost every other car at 1970. And the roof morphs right into the A-pillar here with the sweep of the windshield. Somewhat Ferrari-esque, very European styling, breaking new ground, the 1970 Camaro and Firebird.
Up front, there's a 427 cubic inch engine underneath that hood, pumping out 600 horsepower.
Yeah, and you can see they bumped it out with that carbon fiber hood, but they painted the edge of it to match the car. Looks really good.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we see so much attention given to the 69s and the first generations. I'm like Mike. I love this second generation of Camaro. I think the styling is great. The look is great. And I think we should see more customs and more modifications done on some of these.
Hammers away at $126,000. Wow, we're getting late in the evening here in Scottsdale. That car brought strong numbers. Out the door it goes. Into its place on the auction block is a 69 Chevy Corvette. A custom convertible.
Yeah, 327 cubic inches. We don't have the big block, but we got a big stack that they put on. This is part of the custom work that's been done underneath the hood, changing the intake, adding some fuel injection to it, and changing things around underneath the hood. But I love the fact that they haven't gone overboard, put a big, huge block in, and they still have a 327 cubic inch underneath there. Keeps the front a little lighter.
Well, it certainly sounded a little more spicy coming up the block with the side pipes. This one has the hard top installed. Beautiful blue-green color.
Yeah, that's Elkhart Blue. It's a, once again, we've talked about how they're naming all after races. I love racetracks. I love this particular color. It's like you say, it's very soft, nicely done. 4-speed manual transmission in there, downdraft fuel injection system. Well, they've done a lot of great work to this to just take it up to the next level.
I mean, absolutely beautiful. Here is a 1967.
I always liked on the hard tops how they did the split. Of course, you have this bump in the middle, but then they had to put the rubber seal across it, so they put a little hump in the hard top. Installing these, you need 2 people, most certainly. Or you can do the turtle method. I've seen people come and put it on their backs and sort of walk it off, but that's probably for the young.
Well, and of course, this is the Stingray Stinger right here. This is this line that's supposed to emulate what you'd get hit with.
$70,000 takes it, and we've got another break coming up as the minutes continue to tick away in our final hour here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, where the auction action continues up on the block. And as you can see, plenty of beautiful dream rides yet to cross the block. They'll be crossing tomorrow on Super Saturday. You won't want to miss a minute of the very best of the best of Barrett-Jackson under the television lights. Just rolling off the block right now, a 2018 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon, and we're at $110,000.
Well, the Demon is a legend. Even though it's now 5 years old, it still sells for well over its MSRP thanks to that 840 horsepower supercharged Hemi under the hood. 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds. Quarter mile equally insane. Well under the 10s. And this one looks nearly new.
Beautiful in triple black. But for the red Demon emblems behind the front wheel on the fender, everything else, even the wheels, are in blackout trim.
So new, this would have been around $90,000 if you got it at MSRP, but we are looking at a 5-year-old car, and what world does a 5-year-old car never depreciate? A Demon.
Porsche, Ferrari, very few. American cars, this one.
$122,000 takes the Demon. Now, one of the charms of an auction like Barrett-Jackson is because we have so many cars there, you can often follow the family tree, as it were, for some of the great brands from around the world. Our Tyler Hoover takes a look at an extreme example.
With over 2,000 cars selling at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, it makes sense that we would see some variety, but this might be the first time that we see 3 generations of Lamborghini V12s selling no reserve, starting with this 80s icon, a 1988 Lamborghini Countach 5000, the V12 at the time, 420 horsepower. This is the original Lamborghini poster car, and I absolutely love these. But let's continue on this trip through Lamborghini history. Let's get into the 90s here with this 1997 Diablo VT Roadster that was ordered new by Donald Trump in this one-off color. Very special car, 492 horsepower out of the V12 by this year, all-wheel drive, and this one a rare roadster. The top removes and clips onto the bonnet, but we still have one more decade to go. Rounding it out is this 2006 Murcielago Roadster with 571 horsepower now out of the V12, fed air by these deployable bat wings that have little electric motors inside. So we'll see which one of these Lambos is the bullest of the bulls when it crosses the block.
Interesting. Ordered originally by former President Donald Trump. Who'd have guessed? Here's a 1970 Dodge Challenger custom convertible. We're at 90 grand and counting.
Oh, what a beautiful custom this is. 6-speed Tremec transmission behind this Kennebel 6.1 liter Hemi. And they have adapted brand new Challenger headlights and grille into this 1970 E-body Hemi convertible.
So when the original 6.1 Hemi came out, I shouldn't say original, because after 1971, when the Hemi came back, it wasn't supercharged for a while, but they were able to build it with this.
95,000 sends it to its new home. We've got another break coming up. One more segment before we bid you goodnight. So stand by for a wrap.
Sell your collector car with Barrett-Jackson April 18th through 20th in Palm Beach. Be among the premier vehicles in the lineup for the world's greatest collector car auctions in Florida. Consign today to reach our pre-qualified bidders. Call 480-421-6694 or visit barrett-jackson.com.
Welcome back. There's a glimpse down into the salon where the very best of the best here at Barrett-Jackson, including those beauties from the Don Williams collection, will cross the Barrett-Jackson auction block tomorrow. Who knows what they'll bring? Supercars? Got them. Classics? Got them. Sports cars of every stripe? Got them all. Be sure to join us tomorrow on the History Channel and FYI. All of the action, 10 hours. Now, what have we here? This is a 1960 Mercedes-Benz 0319B Panoramique, which is interesting because, of course, Mercedes-Benz is German.
Well, you know, Mike always likes to use that term. Never seen one of those before. I guarantee you, I have never seen one of these cross the auction block here at Barrett-Jackson. On the other hand, if you spent any time touring in Europe, say between 1955 and the mid-70s, there's an excellent chance you would have been riding around in one of these things. And panoramique is referring to, of course, all of those windows up there and that sliding roof. You know, if you were on a tour through the Alps, this is exactly what you wanted to use. And this one, I love the fact that they've redone it in very modern style fabric across the back. Boy, this is a fun thing to see here.
Well, we know that was the reason why they made the 22-window Volkswagen bus to tour the Alps and have scenic views to take people around. And this looks like that on steroids. It is so much bigger than a Volkswagen bus, and it's actually powered by an interesting engine. Apparently it was upgraded to the same power plant you would get in a Mercedes 190 SL. So the smaller, more sedate version of the 300 SL in that same era has the same 4-cylinder fuel-injected engine. Pretty cool.
Only 120 horsepower, and you think about it, that's not an awful lot for something like this. But it wasn't all about going fast. It wasn't about using it on the Autobahn and seeing how fast you could go. But I love the fact if you buy one of these here at Barrett-Jackson, you're going to be the only guy in your neighborhood to have one.
Well, it's been restored. Apparently, it was rusted quite badly, so they had to replace most of the body when they redid this. And you can see they used modern bus seats inside for comfort, so I wonder if this thing was put to work again. It's beautiful.
And the O in the 03119B name stands for what they call Oberklasse, which is the big class of vehicle, and this is.
But I just noticed it has a dually in the rear, so 4 tires in the rear, so they must have thought the tourists were going to be heavy. Maybe they came from America, I'm not sure.
Or they were just thinking safety, in case we have a blowout. That way no one will be inconvenienced. We'll make it where we're going. Let's get love here in the room. We're closed in on 6 figures.
And we'll never know if that's a good deal or a bad deal because this is probably the only one to ever sell at auction.
$95,000 takes it. And here's a look at our top 3 sellers of the day, beginning with a 1970 Chevrolet Custom Chevelle that hammered away at $255,000. In second place, a 1967 Chevy C10 Custom pickup truck, $300,000. And topping them all, the Blue Oval, a 69 Ford Mustang Boss 429, $400,000. So, it's been a big day here. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. And we can only guess where the numbers will go as we keep building towards Super Saturday. Still some cars to be hammered away here. Once again, you can find how they all did at barrett-jackson.com, along with everything that you'll see tomorrow on the docket. Check it out, barrett-jackson.com. What a day it's been. We're going to take a deep breath now and reset for Super Saturday. Hard to imagine that anything can top what we've seen today, but that's exactly what we're in store for. We kick things off with 4 hours on FYI at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and then we switch over to the History Channel for another 6 hours of auction action, so buckle up. For now, for Mike Joy, Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and our entire incredible television team, I'm Bob Varsha. Thanks for riding along with us today. We'll see you tomorrow for Super Saturday at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction.